Don't
The
worry,
thing,
nobody watches me anyways, you're fine.
the thing I've found that sucks with a very good unit is the point at which everyone you're playing can afford a wizard.
Hmm.
There is, of course, the then upside to that of some of the people you play will just round start Lightning Bolt, get nothing better than a knockdown, and have spent all those points for three less movement in that unit's first turn and nothing else.
Yeah. That's fair. And then there's the times when it lightning bolts you and you fucking die.
Yeah, but if you're the person with the lightning bolt, you wait for them to touch the ball to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's fair.
Round start lightning bolt is the sort of thing that doesn't work very reliably and gives the opponent free rein to foul the hell out of you.
Yeah. Fair enough. I am not anywhere near experienced enough with this to really know how to run all that kind of stuff.
I mean, this is my second tournament. It's just I find the game interesting and read stuff about it when I'm between games because it's yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no. I totally get that. I've absolutely done that with certain games where I haven't done that as much with Blood Bowl. I did a little bit where I've done mostly reading on like the Blood Bowl tactics.com or whatever, BB Tactics, looking
Mm.
at starting teams and things. But yeah, I've certainly sat down with games where I've spent like 4 hours in game and 30 hours just like reading through strategy and what people like on doing things with their teams and just being like, huh, that's interesting. Oh, cool. I really like the way that people do this. One of the ones that
It's
I think the games that
it's
I'm most like that with are fighting games. I am terrible at fighting games, but God, I love watching and listening and like seeing them and all that kind of stuff.
that's an experience I can relate to. I do think the more time reading about or even rewriting the game than playing is something I mostly do in the tabletop space because
Mm-hmm.
even as someone who runs tabletop games as part of my job, it's a lot easier to find time to tinker with or read about them than it is to find time to play them.
Yeah, yeah. You can kind of read them while you're like commuting and stuff is the thing. I haven't played Blood Bowl in a few weeks, and it's vampires, so this will be interesting.
Uh, the good news is I also have to roll 2 or higher to do my good move, which is Dauntless.
Sure.
The bad news is that Dauntless is a much better thing to have to roll that on than Bloodlust is.
Yes. I have never played Bretons. I've never seen Bretons. Nobody in our league had them.
That was the motive for bringing them in fact.
Yeah, which is cool. I actually really like that. Okay.
So I probably won't, yeah.
Ah, I see. You have Blaze Ball.
Well, the joke is that I get Blaceball, Blitzball, and Blood Bowl confused, so
And so it's got the blanks. Fuck. Okay, that's really good.
that's also why Jekt and Tidus are here, and I will
Mm-hmm.
tell you, before starting this team, I had no strong opinions on which Final Fantasy protagonist was the best or worst, but I can tell you right now, actually I'll have him in the backfield because he's at
It's not
5
Titus.
CP. It's absolutely, Tidus is one of the worst.
Fuck yeah. You bet. That is correct. I have a hatred for Final Fantasy X. I'll admit it. I am extremely biased against Final Fantasy X.
I just find he's an incredibly underperforming blocker.
Yeah. Zero SPP tends to do that, you know? 8 armor value. Huh. Oh god, 2 agility?
Yeah,
I
the thing
have
about
never seen
peasants
2
is
agility.
it's actually quite common. There are a lot of orc units with 2 agility. It's unusual on a human, but peasants will
Huh.
never need to touch the ball. And
Yeah.
fend means that ideally the opponent is doing their dodging for them.
Sure. I don't remember how I want to set this up. I'm so used... I don't have a movement, like, 11 unit? What the hell is
I've
going
just
on? Where am I...
realized you're the one on attack and I've put someone in the back for no reason.
I mean... Okay, yeah. Oh, I see. Way in the back. Yeah, Jack is a little out of position. I was thinking the one that you have in midfield, and I was like, oh, that seems fine, though, because you want to be able to come after me, but yeah, I see what you're saying. I kind of need to leave someone to feed on. Yeah, I don't know, sure. I have no idea. Oh.
Well, that solves that problem.
Oh. Oh, fuck. And that kick is really wide. Ooh. That's a bad kick for me. And a really bad setup for me. Perfect defense is terrifying.
Yes.
Oh my god, it went even further.
I mean, that's not ideal for either of us.
Well, I can't even get... Like, this unit can't do that unless they go for it, which is pretty fucked up.
I'm surprised that your loner unit is not on the line.
Oh, I forgot I had a loner unit. Yeah. I actually forgot about that. I just wasn't paying attention. They're all very
I was
similar.
only paying
So...
attention because he was the person who would, well, I'll wait.
Mm-hmm. This is awkward as hell. Give me a moment. That is possibly the worst position for the ball possible for me besides, like, the actual bottom corner. That is really awful. There. You know what? Funhaver League! It's gonna pick up the ball immediately. What does it matter? I'm guessing that's still gonna be the same. Oh, no, it is a better pass. Oh boy, this is a lot of dice. Gotta believe really hard. See? All you have to do. Yep, not a problem if you just believe.
I was about to say, when I tactically shut up, that, your loner thrall is the one who was in the position who wanted to be standing next to that ball at the point where you walked a vampire over to it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's see what I can do here. That is not enough. This is why I have 5 rerolls. Thank you, vampires. Ooh. Okay, the eyes is pretty good. I hadn't seen that, or I don't remember it.
Oh,
Yeah, Fend is
I
obnoxious.
don't know if you've followed Wandering Newbie, which was the last Blood Bowl league I was in, wasn't his channel, but The Thrall Marge crumping block animation is still a highlight on that Twitch channel, and if you haven't seen it, you should.
Yeah, I need to see that then. Yeah, I watched a bit of Wandering Newbies League, but I didn't see the whole thing. A lot of content. Oh. Well, this is why you don't keep doing that. Instead, you run. Well, what do you do? At least my character is kinda caged. Tactically shutting up is vital to Bloodbowl. Yeah, it really is. Mm-hmm.
Water, this isn't ideal, but I am the one with block in this equation, so... No. Yeah, I think this has to happen.
Oh, wow. Sick. Damn.
Dauntless is a good skill.
Fuck, what a scatter for you. Oh my god. Well, what do you do?
That's a 5+ pickup, so we don't do that right now.
God, it's not the Dauntless that's the thing, it's the one die block actually hitting with no rerolls.
It's a 3 in 6 chance of me getting something that knocks down a skillless vampire on a
Oh yeah, because you got block too, fair enough. Yeah. I didn't notice you had
don't
block
have
on
dodge.
Yeah. I mean, it was definitely the right play. I was just... Oh. Oh. Oh no, Epic Steam mods.
I might share my favorite fact about the
Oh my god.
Warhammer vampire lore, which is the biggest family of them are named Vivon Karnsteins. There is no such town as Karstein. Their equivalent in setting of Dracula accidentally named himself after a fictional town and is pissed whenever it gets brought up.
That's pretty good.
I really should have put more people next to that ball, but I was hoping to get to pick it up.
I am really glad that you didn't roll only hits, which was what you had done before now. Oh, God. Oh, that was a nasty, nasty turn for me. Hey, there we go. You know what? Let's have fun. Oh boy.
Oh dear. Well, it's just that.
Yeah, that's not too bad. I would prefer not to actually catch it there. Oh please, don't do that though.
I mean, you had the option to re-roll the catch. Some of the scatters were bad for you, but I think I would have done the same thing in your circumstances, so...
Yeah, there was no way that I wanted that to be the catch. You gormless shit. Don't do that. Might be able to make a hole. Oh god, if I actually have to run the gauntlet, though. That doesn't seem super doable, and I think this one's a lot worse. It sure is. Huh. Okay.
Oh.
And double going for it this one. What am I gonna do? Roll a bloodlust now? What's the worst that could happen? A shove is fine. I will take a shove. Ooh, you have sidestep on that one. I wasn't looking.
Yeah.
Oh wow, you've got 3
have
levels
one
on that one. I see. Ah, vampires. So now the question is, how the hell do I not just get immediately fucking plastered?
I will admit I'm used to plastered meaning drunk.
Well, either, yeah. I just mean, yeah, face first into the dirt. How am I not going to get run over by a truck here? I think the answer is I probably won't. Yeah, alright. I mean, I deserve that. I should not be doing this many going for it. But it's funny. What if I were to... God, 4 to catch. 3 to catch. Why are you so good?
He's minus agi.
Oh, yeah.
You should probably fire that troll at some point.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, that throw's real bad. I remember, I'd forgotten to fire them after the last match. They were injured. It's not super helpful. You still have 1 touching. Which, honestly, didn't even need to go 2 going for it if I did that either. Alright, you know what? What's the worst that'll happen, right? Right? Goodbye, Percy. But
Let's do our order of operations properly.
I am playing very, very well.
I'm bad at.
It's weird, after taking weeks off of playing this and playing with a team that I haven't really played with before again, it's, not so good.
Let's hope dodge does its job.
Oh. You should never
that
have
was
said
lucky.
that. You shouldn't have said that. That's... Here's
You're
the
not
problem.
wrong.
No, you're not, but also you should not have said that.
No, I'm saying you're not wrong that I
Oh,
shouldn't have
yeah,
said it.
yeah. Oh god, I have to double going for it if I want to be right next to it. Well, I could do that. Good. I like that. That's good. That works. Holy shit, that uppercut. There have been a lot of armor breaks.
Well, a huge chunk of both of our teams is 87. It's going to happen.
Fair. Don't stand between them and have a worse roll, please, game. Huh. I mean, that's not that bad, actually. Oh!
My arm is going to hold up.
Block.
That was me not using wrestle.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I'm like, you didn't have block on that character, did you? Just when it had an ability for a second, for some reason I was like, wait a minute. Did I fuck up real bad?
He needs going for a blitz.
Who's playing tonight? It is Bretons v Vampires with Cormorants. And I'm Milligan. God, the like legs straight out KO thing there is really good. Not a fan of my vampire being KO'd, but hopefully they regenerate fast. Especially my vampire that actually has a level and therefore block. Seems like now's the time to start picking thralls, probably. Oh! Did I disconnect? Hello? Why is the... The timer's frozen though, right? Oh! Oh, Cormorant's disconnected. Oh no. I wonder if Cormorant's internet went down. Uh-oh. That's not the best thing. Hello again, A. Woods. Welcome, welcome. I don't want it to be forfeit. These are just for fun games. I don't need to win. I need to have fun. Not playing isn't super fun. Well, I don't think that it's unsticking. I think that Cormorants is having an internet problem because Cormorants is also not talking anymore. Oh! Hello? There we go. Oh my god, okay, both vampires being KO'd is real bad. That I'm not super impressed with. God, that's the other one with block, too. Jesus, these just straight up murders. Or no, was that the same one? That was the same one. What's going on? Okay, there's some nonsense happening. Looks like it unstuck itself. Ah, trying to make me just roll the dice for it. And then follow and see if... Hoping that I trip on the run. It might be the best thing to do. I will just do my flip touchdown, thank you. Samuel Thyroid Coleridge Vampire is definitely a text box. A lot of the names have been shoved out, which is kind of amazing. Hey, vampire stands up. That's all that we care about. Okay. Let cormorants know I can't hear them anymore. Oh, closed Discord seems to have a problem. Alright. That's okay. I will do single commentary. Not an issue. Wait. Oh, weird. Did that name not stick somehow? There's some weirdness going on with this right now. I kind of like this. We've got somebody next to them. Maybe I can do this, actually. Yeah, the KO getting up was extremely important. Vampires going down is not good. Yeah, Samuel Thyroid Coleridge has to be named that way because it's the neck romantics. In other words, you know, romantic poets and anatomy of the neck. Like proceed by scaling. I like Jalen hot dog fingers here. Okay. All three of them back? Three seems a lot. Yeah, alright. Waiting to that right side. There we are. Huh. That makes a lot more sense. God, I need to pay more attention on where I'm putting my actual... Ooh. I need to pay more attention to where I'm putting my actual thralls that matter. I should make sure my agility thrall... Yeah, okay, at least they're on the line. I should have thrown the loner on the line. The thing is, the thralls don't matter, so I find it very easy to just ignore them. Yeah, I'm really hoping that Jalen gets fucking murdered by one of the necromantic teams and becomes a zombie and just turns into a murder machine. Well then. Block and dodge Blitzer, huh? That seems unfortunate. Landry violence is a problem. God. Oh, not following? They've got to keep moving. You're gonna stay on the edge. Now I only need a shove if that's the case. Like, if I only need a shove, there's a lot I can do here. I do have to dodge out one of these, which could be a problem. I might be able to use my vampire here to beat this one up, though, first. Free up the thrall. There is the advantage of that. Uh-oh. I was gonna say, it's thinking. That generally means that I'm taking a big hit. Yeah, I have to dodge the vampire out now, which sucks. Reroll? No, shut up. This one being free is a problem. Yeah. That's really bad. This one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. How much is the dodge out? Or plus? Okay, so I could do a 3+ dodge. Get to here and then just shove them out, right? I think that works. I think that works. Hope that works. Ooh, unfortunate. Wow. Alright. Sometimes you just roll 2s twice. What do you do? I'm stunned that that character stayed on the sideline. Wow. Eh! Dodge is not needed. I'm just trying to block off so I can shove them out. That's something. I know the vamps are 4 strength. Fine, let's have a big high score in game. Ooh, that is not what I meant to do. I think the rest of this is probably fine. It's going to be tough to get a touchdown here. We'll see, though. 3 turns. That last kick was real bad for me. This one's a little bit better. And I still somehow managed on the last one, so... If we do that, and here, so we can send this one here first. Alright. Get that SPP. What's the best way for me to shove through here? That one has block. That one's blocker. Do this. That might. And I'm blitzing, right? Move up. I'm still gonna be on one die. And it's just gonna try and free up the group. So I might as well just do this one if I'm gonna do that. And then I can blitz the vampire past this one. I think that might be my best chance. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Oh, do I get a KO? Something? Stun? Okay. Can I not blitz this character? Okay. I guess that's... Sure. That works. Fine. Move, bitch! Get out the way! What am I gonna do? Not go for it? One can get up. Make this more obnoxious if we can. Also. Bend is very annoying there. I will admit, that sucks. Right. I would actually have to dodge that. I could go here, but that's not amazing. I can also just go here. That's actually fine. Or not. This is why we have 5 rerolls on Vamps. I don't give a shit where the rest of the team is. I'm Skaven. I play Skaven. Yeah, no, I get it. Who cares about the rest of the team? Man, Fend is very annoying. That is the 5 movement one, though. Oh yeah, I am full on a Skaven person. You just do breakaways, it's fine. What's the worst that'll happen? Yeah. There is a positive here. I made it almost impossible for him to score also. Ooh. Oh, fuck. Aw. You couldn't fail 2-3 pluses? Like I did. Come on. Make it even. Even Stevens. Apparently not. I'm not even sure how people even win this game without gutter runners. I don't know either. Yeah. Isn't the whole game the point to get like one unstoppable player through and then just leave them down the field? That's how I've always played. You just have one player that can't be touched in any way whatsoever, and you just run them down the field and kill everybody. Right? This is a god-awful mess. I don't like where this one is at all. That's a problem. If I blitz here and free this one, I can mark there, but I can't actually take them out, which is an issue. Can make it almost impossible to move, which is fine. That's more of a problem. Not blitz. How do I... Right. I've got to remember that I can do these. Sure. That's fine. Don't you have to choose the bite also? There. Nom nom nom. Okay, I don't even care about the fens here. I didn't really want to follow. I'm fine with just the shove. I don't love it without, because of the fend, no follow-up, but I just want to make sure that there is not going to be a score here. Now let's do the stand-up that I should have done at the start of the turn. Fun Hammers League! One die block, baby! Yeah, I deserve that. I deserve that. 100%. Yeah, I don't even have to tactically shut up. It's great. It's still possible if they run this character down the field, if they actually make a pass to score here. It's probably better not to bother. Yeah, it is a proven fact that if you yell Fun Havers League before you do it, nothing bad can happen. The problem is that I had already, like, kind of said that, and you can't acknowledge it, because that also doesn't count. So it wasn't a real Fun Havers League yet. Alright. If they run Titus down the field, it is possible to score. Kind of surprised they haven't done more about that. Yeah, there we go. And unless this reroll works. Ah, it does. Wow. Alright, fair enough. I mean, the answer is now that we just blitz the fuck out of Titus. The only character that can get there. This one, 1, 2, 3. How far can this go? 9? 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely we did. I mean, here's the moves. I don't really want to do going for it. I don't know why I'm bothering, this doesn't matter. It was bad. They're not wrong. You should question that. That was bad. I'm just used to standing units up. It is time to do some violence, yes. Yeah, I was trying not to be bad and stand up characters. Ended up being bad. I mean, honestly, I don't know what I'm doing, because nothing matters except this. Realistically. So that's a bit of a fucking problem. Damn. Getting a lot of shoves and not a lot of actual hits. Oh, my hero. Victor Mandible Hugo. Yeah. I probably should have thrown a blocker up, like somebody to screen instead. I don't know what I'm doing. It's been too long since I've Blood Bowled. I'm like, right, they just dodge out. That's the best way to do that. It's not going to be even that hard of a throw. Because of the way that I set this up. If I had screened better, it would have been a better idea. Still some pretty hard throws. Wow! Whew! Okay. Huh. Fucking Titus. Got the 4+ that pass and missed on the 3+ catch. Ooh, I have a team advantage finally. I'm on defense though. You know what? I'm gonna get nasty. Let's put all the vampires on the line. Well, I'm gonna put the last one on somewhere. Almost. I could. Where's my loner? There you are. Actually, I'm gonna put it on the side. Do you want to get super spicy and do something like this? You know what? Why not? Let's try some weird shit. I don't know a lot about Blood Bowl, so let's have some fun. We've got a couple back, it's fine. I'm used to having yes for movement, because I have rats that move 10 spaces without going for it. Lots of good shit happening for the Bretons. Oof. Wow. God, Quick Snap letting them move underneath the ball is super disgusting. So good. I do have the strength advantage in this matchup, it's true. I'm not used to that, that's the thing. I'm extremely not used to that. Whoop! Oh no! Uh-oh. Is that good? That was rough. That was hard to even watch. Not from there. Do I want to try for a scatter? Funhammer League! Fuck, the surf's up, baby, yeah. Yeah. Do I just want to have a tackle zone on this? That might be the only way to do it, not worry about scoring yet and getting the ball. I have had to reroll, what, 4 going for it's this game? I mean, I shouldn't be taking a lot of going for it's, but every going for it I've made has been suboptimal. Let's do here. This is wild. This is some shit. Counterpoint, I have only had 1 blood loss fail. That's true. Very good point. Extremely fair. God, that fucking uppercut. That thing's so good. We've got a lot of stuns, too. We've got a lot of good armor breaks. I almost want to, like, screen and keep one down here. They just managed to grab it and run down. That could be bad. Crumped with them. Yup. Been a lot of shovey boys. So this is a mess. Good lord. Ooh. Ooh. Wow. That is... That's unfortunate. The double skull reroll is a hell of a thing. This is still a fucking mess, though. I'm not gonna go for the scatter this time. TBH. Understandable, but cowardly. Yeah. What's the worst that can happen if I go for it? Says local idiot. I'm actually going to do this just to have somebody a little closer, and then I can actually touch here instead. The ghost of Kunio sitting behind me glaring. Just because I lost the Gutter Runner to a Going For It, and that Gutter Runner was level 4. Doesn't mean you need to bring it up all the time, it fucking hurts. This is called the Kunio-kun Memorial Bowl for a reason. We're getting that team advantage, that's for sure. Our armor breaks have been really good. I kind of shouldn't do any of these. But also, imagine that it's really funny if I do them and make it work. I don't think I'm going to do any on that side. This side, though... Oh my god. Do I get it? Do I get it? Ooh, yeah. Okay, that is... That's very dumb. Stupid being the operative thing here. Yeah, just roll dice and don't suck. Exactly. That's all you have to do. Am I that nice? Can I do it twice? But harder? Use a team reroll on it. Hell yeah! Aww. Oh, right, you've got sidestep. That's a little obnoxious. Wow. Look at just every single person on their team just fucking laying on the field. What an incredible turn. Very stupid plays that paid off very well. It was a very risky turn and probably got us the goal here, yeah. It was risky and dumb, and I shouldn't have ever done it, and I think it worked. Wow! Oh my god! The regen, though. unsporting. Absolutely the right thing to do, by the way. Like, zero ill will for that one. But also, wow. It was the wrong thing to do, exactly. Oh yeah, fouls are in the game for a reason. Yeah, they're game actions. That's a good recovery. My block and armored breaks have been way too good. As much as it's a very dumb setup, it also works. But you could have been down 2 positionals a moment ago. My, how the turntables. That is not what I meant to do. I think I'm gonna want them to blitz, is the thing. Crumb says he hates World, but here's the thing, checkmate atheists, Crumb did turn one of my characters into a well. This is a very stupid setup, and I shouldn't be doing this. It just looks dumb. But I have such a team advantage, it's like, I kind of might as well just force it. I might want to just keep it here, because then I actually have ones to feed on. I do only have 3 rerolls left, which sounds like a lot, but I have Bloodlust. I need the blood bags, yeah. Like, I want to have it over here or something, but I can't do that because the way the game works, for good reason, so I think this is the next best thing. Alright. Don't fumble it now. Oh. Don't drop it twice! That is not the luckiest. Is that the block and dodge one? It is. Okay. Yeah, that's a bit of a problem. here's the plan. That I don't mind. Just need to get a blood bag up here. And if I leave them here, they can feed either vampire that I'm going to use, right? Can I go here? I don't even need to hypnotic gaze that one, actually. I can just... It'd be minus strength. I could run one here. Don't worry, I'm just using dice. The thing that you're supposed to do in this game. Samuel Thyroid Coleridge actually has the block here, so I think that's what makes sense. Let me try and... Fuck, right. That doesn't work. Dodge sidestep. Disgusting. Oh, buddy. Don't... Nope. That's not for you. It doesn't even have anything in it anymore. I just don't want you licking out the plates. Huh? Eh? Oh. Well, that's a good boy. I know. Now I kind of don't want to be there, even. It's a little awkward. I'm gonna admit. God. These armor breaks are pretty unreal. Aww. Oh, good kitty. Good boy. Hi. I don't want him passing here and running down the field. Probably worry about that. Whoa. Oh, God. I should have done the 8-4+ dodges. Yeah. Get that Dauntless, okay. Huh. Good kitty. There we go. The sound effects from the Bretons are a lot. They're pretty great. Yeah, kind of exactly what I was worried about, is deciding to just abandon the right side and go down the left. Or other way around if you're looking at it from their perspective, but I'm not. I'm looking at it from my perspective. The main character of the universe. Obviously. Fuck do I care about stage right or stage left? I'm the main character. I'm watching it. It's my thing. Being down characters has been a really big problem. No, yeah, the plus side is there's very little that Cormorants can do here to actually stop me from pressuring the ball carrier. Like, not only do we have a player advantage just in terms of who's stuck in the injury box and stuff, we also have an advantage of two characters being down on the field to our one. So, like, yeah, there's a million advantages that we have here. Really weird adjusting to vampires because they play so differently. I went from baby tactics with Skaven. Get a ball carrier loose, go down the field, it's fine, who cares? And now I actually need to be like, I want to move the vampire first. No, do not move the vampire first. What if I get bloodlust? Like, even though that's kind of the obvious thing to do, yeah, they're a little zesty. Kinda just want to run back this way. Just to be in position. Can you dodge, please? It's fine. You can do a single dodge. Right, also. First I need a blood bag. We had two at the start, and yeah, it's boring. It was the way that I started, and then I bought a vampire again right away. It was kind of the plan. This fucking ball carrier. This fucking guy! This fucking guy! How do you stop this thing? I understand now how annoying my gutter runners are. I get it. I'm getting it now. I understand. Yeah, you need Wrestle, King of Skills. Yeah. God. Imagine if this character had 1 extra agility and 3 extra movement, and then you have it to be almost as fucked up as one of my gutter runners. Four extra movement? No, that's not... That one has 7. I only have 10. I only have a 10 movement gutter runner. You leave me alone. I don't need this shit. Remember, I'm the main character of the universe here. Oh my god, there's so many... So many skulls. I know this is kind of stupid, but I'm hoping that I can actually get some more team advantage out of this. Get some stuns. Oh, that's a vampire. Right. Oh, so should be standing up first. What is Crumb playing? Yeah, on Necromantics. I had to correct myself because I'm like, wait, no, I'm playing Necromantics. I'm like, no. My team name is Necromantics. Very different. Specifically, I named it that way because everybody in this league was playing Necromantics, and I thought that it would be funny as shit if I named it Necromantics. Thought for a minute I was fouling Titus on principle. No. That might be okay. Sure. No real reason, but I can do it. I'm allowed. Yeah, that was a bad move. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's a thrall. Thralls are made to die. I mean, I do now have the very, 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 very low-end option of actually trying to go for another tackle. Ah, that prevents a down. I didn't realize that. Neat. That is the king of skills. Yeah, that's the right thing to do. Right move, didn't work out. Wrestle is mutually assured destruction. Sure, but I didn't realize that it also wouldn't lose you the turn. So, like, nobody can actually touch that. Oh god, I didn't realize what turn it was. So I should not be fouling. Could still just be hitting, though. Get them SPP. Fucking Titus. Fucking Titus. I should have gone for the tackle first. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know why I didn't do the tackle first. I think that I was still thinking that character was hypnotized, even though I knew it wasn't. My brain just zoned out for a second. It happens. The odds were that a dodge was going to be able to happen where this character would get out. Like, ultimately, that was going to be very, very hard for me anyway. Since I didn't have any rerolls, I was trying to, no problem. Well, we snatched the stalemate from the jaws of victory is what we did. Time to beat the shit out of these line people. Yup. Pitching machine, Mike Townsend, Paula Turnip. Prepare to be punching bags. Yup. I love to end a good football match with a rousing game of Punch the Human. It was a Hamilton quote. I gonna admit, I've never watched Hamilton. I don't think I ever will. We got a good crop of SPP for sure. Yeah, I'm almost certain to have a Blodgepire. It's Blodgepire or better, is the thing. Which is nice. Yeah, I don't care about the ball. Ball? With all these fleshy meat sacks to beat around. If I had planned on touching the ball, I would have been a good kick, yeah. I wouldn't have minded getting the Vanity SPP, but it's fine. Ooh, the armor break, but not the SPP. Darn. Come on, guys. Just because it's funny. This is what we call encirclement. I kind of want to do it just for the joke. And Victor Mandible Hugo didn't even do it. Alright. GG's. I made some really bad plays, but that's learning a new team, and especially that's learning vampires. I need to learn some humility. I have like an 8-1-1 record or something with rats. We need to... It's fine to learn. Huh. Server? Okay. I wonder if Like, there was some test Blood Bowl 3 stuff happening, right? I wonder if they were taking away some servers a little bit from this to do some of that, and maybe there's some issues there. What else have I played besides Rats? Well, you just saw it. Doesn't everybody make vampires after they've played 10 games of Blood Bowl? just grab the hardest team, it's fine. What's the problem? Ooh, Jalen Hot Dog Fingers getting the SPP. God, Landry Violence is unreal scary at this point. Very good. I rolled a few more dice. Very similar dice between us, though. Oh, I did play a couple games of Amazons, that's true. I think I played exactly a couple. Amazons are fucking frightening, especially for a low-stakes pal tourney. Oh, you mean frightening for the Amazons, right? Because I had, like, 2 deaths in the first game and, like, a permanent injury. And then similar in the next game. Like, I had lost over half the team before I finished 2 games, so I just dropped the whole team. Where I lost, like, all of my blitzers. Amazons were exceptionally cursed. They got absolutely fucked. They got kicked onto the field and then kicked off of it. God, 24 to 60. Yup. That'll happen. Alright. Let's go look at our actual team and manage it. Amazons are stupid in 1000k short leagues. Oops, all dodge. Yeah. Yeah, I thought that would be the thing. I think I lost every blitzer on the team while we'd played. Either to, like, horrible injuries like minus armor value or movement, or just straight up death. I'm pretty sure we lost every single one of them in 2 games. It was bad. It was really bad. I mean, again, it happens, but oof. Not what I really wanted. I feel like we might want to buy the Apothecary now. I know that we have these, like, the minus AG and the minus movement thralls, but they can just be the ones in the middle on the front. I'll get rid of them later, it's fine. An Apothecary seems kinda nice to stop it afterwards. Like, for now, if these ones die, they die. Otherwise, who cares? I'll replace them eventually. This one needs to be replaced soon, because if he gets any SPP, then that actually sucks. That's actively bad for me. Huh. Yeah, I'm thinking guard. Good to see you, Cormorants. That was a really good game. I fucked up a lot of things right at the end, especially. I fucked up a lot of things in general. Vampires are a hell of a thing. Especially transferring from Rats as my second team. But man, what a game. We both had some really, really good dice at times and really bad dice at times. I rolled a lot of fucking bloodlusts. But if you look at our dice spread, you rolled the same amount of ones as you rolled 6s. I rolled the same amount as 1s as I rolled 6s. We rolled almost the same, like, the proportionally, we rolled exactly the same, like, totally average. Because I also did things like, on multiple 2-die blocks, I would roll, have a bunch double downs, roll, re-roll it, and get a bunch double downs, and it's just like, all right, like it worked. I would get a lot of good bloodlusts, but I also re-rolled what, 4 different going for it's? Like my going for it's were miserable, which means I shouldn't do as many going for it's, but also some of them I kind of needed. So yeah, it's interesting. Guard thrall it is, I guess. I really wish that we got those rolls on this character. Yeah. You had 7 movement, you forced all the GFIs you could. Yeah, of course, yeah, yeah. Hmm. For what? Passing? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I suppose. I keep forgetting I don't get mutations because I'm so used to rats. I want rats to... I want to play rats all the time. The guard makes a lot of sense because the thrall should be standing next to vampires all the time. Yeah. Yeah, we don't really need doubles. No. So what does this one have already? This one has the dodge, so I could just go for block then. So we could just have the dodge. That's almost certainly the way to go. Good job, Percy. Alright, and with that, did our Blood Bowl for the night. Thanks for joining. I'm still going to keep streaming. Definitely going to keep streaming. It's quite a bit early. But we had... I'm wondering about a couple things to do. Again, thank you for being here. If you like the stream, follows are certainly appreciated. I'll definitely be doing more Blood Bowl stuff. We've been doing quite a bit of it. I took a little bit of a break the last couple weeks, but that was mostly just because of arranging things has been hard. Let's... Hold up. We will be right back. I'm still here, but I'm just setting some things up, I think. So I kind of wanted to try... Someone in our community is a game designer. And by that I mean a couple people are, but one in particular just put a game up on itch. And it's a Temple Solitaire is what they call it. And they have a readme with rules and everything. Which, I was thinking about doing that and maybe talking about the E3 stuff. Or I could do something else. Or we could Nova Drift again. I could just do more roguelikes. Been pretty addicted to that. Yo, fuck E3. Well, that's a lot of what I would... Hey, listen, that might be a lot of what I'm talking about. I kind of want to, like, talk about it with Boix or something, is the thing. So I might wait until the end and we can just kind of do a recap thing. I can't co-stream it this year because E3 is threatening DMCAs over it, which, cool, very, very cool. But we can definitely go over it afterwards. We used to riff on top of it a couple times. It's a lot of fun to watch. They're what? Why? Good question. Good question. The elf-ear looking me. There, yeah, that's it was Pum Bloom Boom when they were on Twitch previously. Now I'm not sure what their name is, but yeah, they go on Twitter by a couple things, and they're an actual professional artist. All right, let me set up. I'm gonna do Nova Drift actually. All right, let's set up for rogueliking. Because of the rules of Temple Solitaire and that I want to be done a little bit more of the E3 stuff and maybe have Boyks here to talk about it, I think I'll leave that for another time. Nova Drift is a newish roguelike. It's still in early access that I got into, and I'm now very into. I'll play some music while we set this up. You started playing Luck Be a Landlord and you hate me for it? It's such a good game. Why would you hate me for giving you a good game? That game rules. I will definitely play more Luck Be a Landlord. I just want more updates to come out soon. Because there's supposed to be a couple of major content updates soon. One of them I know they pushed back a bit, but it's still like less than a month away. And there's another thing coming out that has some content in it and stuff in the next few days even, I think. An update just came out that just changes a few symbols. Okay. I knew it was very soon. I wasn't sure if it was today or not. Alright. I might actually have to take a brief break also. Just want to get some water and go to the bathroom, all that kind of stuff. Spend a moment away. Thank you all for being here, like I said. Again, for sure, if you like the stream, those follows are certainly appreciated. Same with checking out the podcasts. We recorded a new one just this morning. And I will be right back. Anyways, new roguelike. From a rogue liquor. Yes, I am about to show you it. Called Nova Drift. It took up my entire night, the night that I started playing it, because I immediately played it after I streamed, even though it was already 1:30. Because I thought, well, okay, I know I said that I wouldn't do any more runs for chat, but like, I need a cooldown run off stream, right? I'm hoping they make Luck Be a Landlord a little less RNG. Since the lock games, it's going to be RNG, but it feels like runs you can't win on because you just never get the good stuff. Yeah. It is a game of feast or famine. I will agree with that on Luck Be a Landlord. It's tough to get past certain points. There's definitely, like, it's a game about RNG mitigation, right? Like, the RNG is always going to be present, and you need a lot of it for the way that game is set up. But also, you're not wrong. God, draft looks interesting. I really like the idea of having to draft them. There's some really cool stuff. Alright, so the way that Nova Drift works, I'm going to do enemy territory just so we start out on a little bit of a higher level. It's asteroids! But it's asteroids where you get abilities like a roguelike. Okay. Go for a blade weapon. Split shot, we just go for flak. I can maybe go for flak. I haven't really done that. And we got a new thing already. What's our shield gonna be? A reflect shield, a burn shield. Take shield self damage while Halo burns targets. We can like go in and just smash things. I wonder if I want to do the bonk strategy. I kind of feel like this is the bonk strat. Hi, buddy. I'm getting patted. Yeah. Come on. Oh, hi. What's this about? Well, did you ever play like a game like Asteroids? A really old arcade game. Where you have like a little bit of momentum and everything. Imagine after waves of asteroids, if you got to pick from a bunch of like, very interesting modifiers to your ship. So you could like, make ships that are meant to ram, or you can make ships that are all about doing shields. Or, it's Asteroids the roguelike, yes. Or you can make ships that are carriers, so they have all kinds of extra, like, ally constructs and drones and mines and turrets that you can lay down and things like that. Do you want to do, like, assault ships where you just go and do more of a actual straightforward shooting kind of gallery? There's a million things to do. So yeah, that's the idea. Right now our shield burns things, and we have a shotgun. So we're probably going for the smash into things plan. Okay. So we could be a carrier. I'm thinking that we want to do the hull breaker. Crash damage to targets is boosted by high speeds. When crashing head-on, you penetrate destroy targets. 65% hull crash damage resistance, minus 15% recovery rate, less shields, and less rate of fire. Yeah, you know what? Oh, boss time. Oh, no. That's bad. There we go. Just smash through. Oh, buddy. He's very cute. Improve our maximum hull might not be a bad idea. I think that's the way to go, to be honest. We're going to want to have movement stuff also. Like, we're going to want to make sure that we have something that makes us move fast. Oh god, this one's interesting. So these are the mods that are added specifically for the roguelike stuff. So, plus 7% global damage, plus 2% maximum hull and shields. We are always moving. Straight up, period. We cannot stop. How's Onyong doing? He's alright. He's all shaved right now, as you can see. He just got his haircut like 3 days ago. Was it Wednesday morning, buddy? Yeah, it was Wednesday. Yeah, it was 3 days. Now you're a little bobblehead. And it's funny as shit. Good boy. Oh, yeah. Good kitty. Okay. So... Oh, I haven't seen this. If one that can deploy only one very powerful construct can cause it to self-destruct. Only deploy one construct at a time. Constructs you deploy have plus 50% improved damage, rate of fire, and assembly speed. They have plus 30% maximum hull, plus 30% blast radius from mines, plus 50% mine effect. Destroys older constructs you deployed when you deploy a new construct. Press deploy to self-destruct an active construct. Weird. We don't have the setup for that. That's interesting. I haven't even seen that one before. Good to see you, by the way, Scalding. Hello, hello. Hey, Arzu. Arzu just got a new puppy. Yeah, let's just reduce damage. Good idea for ramming things. There we go. Alright, behind it, stupid shield. They run away, so you lose the experience. You don't get the score. Oh no! Oh, that's not what I want to see. Thank you, moving away. Nope. As you can imagine, black hole bad. I was taking too much self-damage. That was very stupid of me. I had the worst score ever. I did the bonk one before, and I was able to bonk better. I should have maybe just slowed down a bit. I needed to think. Sold almost $5,000 of magic cards. Nice. Go for a salvo. Short-range electromagnetic blast. Centered on you, hits in 2 radial waves. Smaller of which deals double damage. Charge up and release a slow-moving, rolling vortex. Targets are drawn into vortex, receive burn damage, ignites targets. Oh! Well, charging, you take ramping hull self-damage. Huh. Kinda interested in that, because there is some, like, stuff that specifically is on burn. Huh. I don't know about that. Let's see. Let's go for a reflect shield. I don't think I like this weapon. I don't think I like that weapon at all. I just started playing this, essentially. Could go with Engineer, and then we can worry about Constructs, then it doesn't matter if we have Vortex as our thing. God, don't love this. Because even charging up that much doesn't seem like it actually kills that much. Well, maybe I should just be charging it more. It's not doing as much hull self-damage as I thought. Add a second projectile to this is interesting. Rare wild mod, Maelstrom. While your shield protects your area, breathe in a Maelstrom that pushes targets and enemy projectiles around you. Damage to you or your shield adds to the effect and radius of the Maelstrom. Kinda remember this. I don't know what the means by the effect falls off over time, though. I feel like as we get to later stages, it just does. I don't know. Take it. Slower shield cooldown. Twin Strike is just really strong. So I have a plan, and I feel like that plan involves the rare no shields. And by rare, I mean I'm probably going to do a lot of no shield runs, because I like it. So we go to regeneration, we can go to rapid reconstruction, and just not have a shield. Kind of okay with that. That deals self-damage to us. It does not deal enough damage to our enemies. Ooh, that's bad. Yeah, maybe I just need to ramp it to, like, very stupid levels. Maybe that's all I should be doing. Maybe that's the problem, is I'm too afraid of the self-damage, and I shouldn't be. I don't want regenerative shields. That seems like the exact opposite of what I want. Alright, let's reroll. Keep forgetting that I have those. It's easy to do with this game. Gain 5 levels, but I lose all my rerolls. It's okay. I kind of want to get some drones or something. We are the engineer. Here we go. Whoa, that actually really hurt. Oh no. Whoa. Came in an awkward time. Rapid reconstruction was also the one that I really needed. Those are the two. Now what do we want? Third Defiance is always okay. It just gives us extra plating, which is not bad. Could also do extra burn damage. Kinda neat. I think I'll do the wild mod, because that's a lot less likely to show up again. I do the rare wild mod. Oh, this is not great. We had to have the meteors at exactly that second. I could have dodged out of the map, too. I could have just gone up. But fuck, that was annoying. That was just kind of random bad luck, honestly. Starting to think that the vortex isn't actually that bad. Split shot was kind of neat one time. get a good run this time. Thing that's certainly not my fault. Targets and projectiles within shield effect radius are great. I might just... It's a fairly big effect radius. I wonder if I should try and do... like, radiate out the shield effect and have everything slow down a bunch in here. Like, yeah, look at that. That's slowing down quite a bit. Could be neat. Spectre. Elusive form with a cloaking ability. Neat. You gotta go hard into Construct with Engineer. I don't think you have to go that hard. I don't think it has to be immediate, but you do need to go into it pretty quick. I also just got... That was all the asteroid thing, like the meteor going through. That was the only thing that stopped me. +2 projectiles for projectile weapons. Extra weapon damage and projectile spot size. Less on the spread and resists knockback. I don't know. Why don't I try? Oh, it is like... Right. Broadside, broadside. Okay. Don't really want to do that. Fuck. That feels very awkward with this weapon. I can still change bodies, like this run is definitely salvageable. It kinda sucks, but I can definitely salvage this. I just have to live. I'm learning, I'm learning, I'm trying. So weird, because I have to aim... This is mouse aiming, so I have to not aim at it. It's harder than it looks, honestly. Okay. Well, I mean, I could just go back to Engineer. It would be a lot better with missiles, yeah. Or I could... Or I could go missiles. It's obviously meant for something like missiles. You know what? Let's try it. I don't love it there either. We'll see. I'll try it. I'll keep trying with this. We're gonna improve the targeting. That might help a lot. Hey Andy, good to see you. How am I liking this game? You only played a few years back when it was early on in dev. I'm really liking this game. I didn't know it was years old. They just started sending out keys again and stuff and talking about it, and I was really interested in it. Nice. It's gotta be patient with that weapon. Sure, I mean, that's kind of where we're at already. Okay. Neat. Upping the guidance seems to help a ton. Yeah. Projectile spread and damage could be, or size and damage and everything could be good. Extra blast radius. Yeah. Yeah, it seems to be working. You know? I think it's alright. payload. Extra damage, less rate of fire, which is a problem. Convergence. Further improves their targeting. +2 projectiles. -15 velocity, rate of fire, and total projectile spot size. 80% spread. Yeah, I'm a fan of these at this point. Wow. Not bad. Rapid fire, so just up the rate of fire on it, so I'm just loading more missiles per second. I don't want a 3-round burst. That, I don't think does anything. Velocity's okay. Splinters need. It is less rate of fire again, though. So it's an asteroids roguelike, kind of. An asteroids roguelike, kind of. Which is an idea that's so simple that you're kind of like, wait, did nobody do this yet? Huh. And it works. It's real good. Oh, right, boss. Okay, so it's got weak points in the middle. If I can get in there. There. Oh, I gotta get out. Now I gotta get out of there. Those things wreck me. Oh, that's too much. Bad moves. Definitely dead. Volley, rapid fire. Extra blast radius. Calibrate seems amazing. The longer that we wait, the better Calibrate gets between firing. And if you notice, we wait a long time between firing, actually. Oh, you're not dead. Uh-oh. Hold up. Ow. Thermal lance me, will you? I thought it was gonna die on that one. There's Calibrate. God, this one is... It's very rewarding for patience, but it's also really scary because you can fuck it up just a little bit. Just a little bit, and not kill something, and suddenly you're like, well, I'm fucking dead. Because you're definitely rewarded waiting until the last second sometimes to just blow something away. But if you miscalculate, and you don't have enough damage... So how you doing, Andy, by the way? Good to see you. Is that the only thing on? Okay, we have maximum missiles. We should get rid of them. Why would you say this meets Path of Exile? Is it because of the number of different branches you can do for upgrades? There's a lot of fucking upgrades in this game. I could be re-rolling. What am I doing? Kinda didn't want any of those. Always forget about the re-rolls for some stupid reason. This one's a problem. Yeah, fuck, God. Man, I am doing real ass today. Trying some new stuff, though, that I haven't been using before. It's neat to kind of figure this out. PoE is kind of the upper boundary for character customization. Oh, they said they were specifically inspired by PoE. Huh. The skill tree system? That makes sense, yeah. Because it is kind of like big loops on the skill tree also. And that's very Path of Exile. Here we go. What if I just get a railgun and just destroy everything? Never have another care in the world, because God, railgun. Don't love any of these. I'm gonna reroll them. Definitely do not want to try broadsiding a railgun. Spectre, though. So Spectre cloaks and then deals way more damage, which is pretty good, it turns out. I can also add drones, so I don't even have to uncloak to attack sometimes. Or decloak, whatever. Well, that was bad. Probably land my shots if I'm going to take them from cloak. Kind of wanted to see carrier with railgun. Fair enough. I have tried carrier with railgun. It's pretty good. Velocity. So the railgun's damage scales with velocity, so you definitely want to take that. Look how much damage we do with every hit. Fuck, that's wild. And, like, I don't even need to clean up the little stuff because our drones do it. We can just stay cloaked for most of it. Nasty. Get some better drones, or we can just calibrate. I'm gonna get the better drones for now. Also, we don't care about forward shields too much because we just penetrate them. Railgun. That was... Ally's really nice. I could go for the snipe, though. I'm gonna go for the snipe. God. Run away, you fools. A fucking black hole. No, 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 no. So the thrust is not like... For the people watching this, it's not... You keep momentum, right? So you actually do have trouble with those. Those are not an easy threat. You have to juggle it quite a bit. Snipe seems to be good with railgun. Yeah, very helpful. Drone specialists. I kind of want to add ally and stuff later, too. Advanced engineering gives us better and better drones, though. I think I need to go with that. The incendiary strike is the final of, like, the railgun things. Velocity tree here. Assault drones is really nice. I want to get an ally. Incendiary strike for now. So if I have somebody else doing my dirty work for me, on top of the drones, I can stay cloaked even longer. God, we just blow things away. So much damage. There's an ally. That's what I wanted. Upgrade too. Full strength, targeting, more fire, twin strike? I don't know that we want twin strike on it. Maybe we just reroll these. I want to up the ally fast, because if we can get the ally to be able to shoot our railgun, that's where things get real sick. It's just like asteroids, momentum-wise. Yes, exactly. But, like... Okay, you and I know what that means. And I mean, maybe I should just realize that there's not anybody gonna be... There's not gonna be anybody younger discovering this game. But... Asteroids is an old-ass game, friend. Asteroids is an old-ass game. There's a lot of people that are not going to understand what the fuck asteroids movements mean. I know it's a classic. I know that it kind of feels like, how could you not? But, yeah. Railgun's good. Can't you just let us be old in peace? I can't be. If I don't get any, you don't get any, motherfuckers. I'm probably a bit young to know asteroids and movement, but you do. Sure, I'm also young. Like, I'm 35 this year, a couple months. And honestly, like, asteroids is pretty fucking old. Asteroids is old even for me, but yeah. Asteroids is one of those, like, very early video games. Yeah, Asteroids is from the 80s, exactly. When I left the 80s, I was 4. So... I'm gonna reroll again. Now, upping the ally again, that's what we want to do, because now it actually gets the ability to start firing our weapon if we get an interceptor. I'm 35 in 3 months. 2 turns are already belling kill you. 2 months for me. I gotcha. Hey, Waldo, welcome. Let's go for that evolution.
Drifty November.
God, I was looking at all of the E3 content, and it's interesting. I know that it wasn't E3. It was like the Summer Games Fest stuff with Keighley, but man. The Hideo Kojima announces director's cut of Death Stranding also known as Death Stranding, right? Like, isn't that just... Wasn't that what it was sold as? I don't get it. I was just thinking about that again for a moment. It's just... What the fuck are you talking about? That's already what that game was. Otherwise, why was it that game? Like, I'd be kind of mad if I was somebody that, like, bought and played a lot of Death Stranding on the, like, oh, this is all the marketing of, like, Kojima finally gets to go off the hook. He can do what he wants. And then they're like, oh, we need to do a director's cut so he can have what he wants. It's like, the fuck? Yeah, Kojima fought Kojima, top of a waterfall, and lost. And thus needs to do the Kojima version. Death Stranding, Kojima talks about the movies over the game, which cannot be turned off. Yeah, director's commentary, which just can't be turned off. That's why it's director's cut. Because he's going to be there, the director. Fuck, why can I not get the ally thing? I'm gonna try one more. Shit. I don't mind ally specialist, though. There's also this Defiance. Just gives us better defensive options throughout the game. Well, I don't think that he... Okay, you honestly believe he's going in on the re-release just to have the reason to put that, oh, he's gonna do the Metal Gear thing, nope, get fucked, flip in everyone's faces? The thing about him, like, the Metal Gear thing where he, like, threw it away... I think that people just want to think that people like Kojima are always operating on this extra deep level, when sometimes the answer is just the most obvious thing. He was saying, I need to move beyond Metal Gear. I'm done with it. Bye. He's not hinting at it. He's saying it's fucking gone. He's not gonna just get Metal Gear back. Like, he'd have to work with Konami. It's not happening. He knows it. Like, I don't think that he's trying to hint at shit. I don't think that he's even thinking that people think that. I think that he's naively thinking that people realize he's trying to move on and not understand that there are some people that are so up his own ass, they're up Kojima's ass, that they'll believe that he's doing it as like some weird reference. Anyway. People do that with, like, Tarantino also. Tarantino buys into his own hype, I feel like. Yeah, I'm saying it's not gonna be Metal Gear, it'll be Wooden Gear. Exactly, yeah. That's the thing. He's just gonna make a knockoff clone of it. That would actually be a baller move in a way. I kinda, you know... If he makes Sweatal Gear instead, and just makes it super obvious, I'll kinda respect that as a move. Guarantee you his fans have already constructed some other theory around it. Yeah, I'm just saying that's fucking stupid. Stop doing that to Kojima. Kojima is not that smart. I'm not saying that he's not an intelligent person. He's a very intelligent person. But he's not thinking he's not thinking in 40 dimensions at all times, thinking of where he can drop references to everything at all times. Like, no. Sometimes it's just a message. Sometimes he's just saying a thing. A lot of those auteurs get away with a lot of shit just because they talk very cryptic and everybody just goes, huh, and just makes up shit around it because they don't understand what they're saying. And when I say they don't understand what they're saying, I mean the person listening doesn't and the person speaking it often doesn't either. I wonder if I want more shields. I have a lot of damage right now, so I'm thinking that I might not even need more. It might just be a good idea to, like, not die? I think I like not dying as a strategy. We got a lot of damage already. Like, we alone have a lot of damage, and then we also have drones and an ally. And an ally that can fire our railgun now, so... I don't think we need to go too crazy here. God, we don't need to talk... I shouldn't have brought up what Tarantino cares about. Because, ugh. Extra 3% damage from enemies. If I could take more global damage, the more damaged you are. 2%. You started to go back and look at movies to see if they were as good as you thought they were, and Tarantino was big on the list. Yeah. Yeah. Like, Pulp Fiction and Reservoir Dogs are some of the best of his, and they're good, but the more that you look at them under a microscope, you're kind of like, yeah, they're kind of not nearly as good as I thought they were, though. Like, they're not... It's not they're not good movies, but they're... Yeah, they're fine. They have some serious issues. Hi, Alien with a masochism mod. Hello, Demonor. Welcome, welcome. Could lose all of my rerolls forever and just get 5 levels immediately. I kind of like that. That's pretty good. I've been using all the rerolls, but that meant that I was out of them, so... I'll never gain them again, which is a bit of an issue. Get magnitude, I guess. Like, I always have to take a thing now is kind of the problem. I don't want Slipstream. Outrage module. So when I take a hull hit equal to or exceeding 50% of our maximum hull, automatically fire an empowered attack. And it disregards our rate of fire with a very short cooldown. Let's make our constructs better. When our constructs are destroyed, they release a damaging shockwave. Okay. Shield protects our standard and advanced constructs deployed by them. Every construct our shield protects, our shield effect power and shield effect radius are slightly decreased. That's interesting. Could do that. Seriously, why is there a masochism mod in this game? Because it's just about self-damage. You run into items, and so you take a lot of self-damage, so it's a mod that tries to go with that. An extra wild mod offered per level, and an extra reroll, but I can't take rerolls, so that's kind of not useful. Extra wild mods is actually good, though. That being said, I could do mines. I could take assault drones, which I haven't been able to see yet. I don't want guardians, I need interceptors. I can't seem to find them. Now let's give blast radius to our railgun here. Why not? A railgun that also explodes. I'm surprised I didn't one-shot that. Well, okay. Ooh. Payload for more damage. Yeah, that one's fine. Could do this, which is... Take burn damage equal to 0.4 per second for every wild mod we own. Currently only 2, but... Yeah, concept of take more damage, do more damage is pretty widespread in game design. Yeah. You rarely play a game that uses the abilities masochism. I feel like a lot of roguelikes, yeah, like, take damage to deal more damage is a common thing in roguelikes, and is often named something like masochism. Okay. Did I just one-shot that? I sure did. Okay. Yeah, we've got a lot of damage. Oh god, this one, though. This boss is awkward. Broadside us. It's gonna try and do a front attack. One thing that's nice about this ship is it doesn't have a good turn radius. Or response or whatever. God, we had a lot of damage. Normally that thing goes to a phase 2 and starts laying down black holes while you're fighting it. Which is... Also, yeah, you don't need to joke about... The kink shame thing was a joke. Nobody cares about you kink shaming the game. I mean, you shouldn't really kink shame, but... Also, I'm about to take a bunch of damage because I wasn't paying attention and I just walked right up on me, huh? Our shield does not protect our hull. I don't know about that one yet. Okay. Okay, well, one of the bosses is gone. Right into the black hole. Cool. Oh, it wasn't in yet. Still Guardian for the ally. Our constructs don't give a shit about the singularity. No, they don't care at all. Rate of fire up is okay. More maximum hull isn't bad either. Survivability is probably always fine. Oh, that's my mine. I see. Right, I forgot that I grabbed mines. What's that white mine? Why is it not getting blown up by my shots? Forgot I actually took them. I'm automatically laying them. I could decide where to lay them, but... there's only so much brain power I have for this. Auto-deploy seems like a nice feature. Honestly, you're terrible at many roguelikes. The only ones you really beat in your first run was like Monster Train. Yeah, roguelikes can be really, really, really tough. I'm not very good at this one. Second, I left my water over here. Like, I'm not very good at this game. This game is fun and interesting to me, but I'm not great at it. You got games that use a double-edged name? Fair enough. You were mostly making a joke on The Last Starfighter. Oh, there's a Last Starfighter reference in this game. They have Death Blossom as a mod. Yeah, that rules. When I saw that, I was excited. Last Starfighter is not a thing you find a lot of references for. I need to see that movie again soon and see if it holds up. I think it would. I actually would have fairly high hopes for Last Starfighter as holding up better than expected. It's a Star Wars ripoff, but a good Star Wars ripoff. It has, like, the best villain death almost in any movie, I think. The main villain death in that movie fucking rules. It's so good. Yeah, I mean, that was the one that I was waiting for. There's just some other things that are also really cool. Gaining the next wild mod 3 times is always incredible. Or can be, very much so. You remember that movie? You always felt it was kind of corny. It very much is, but I think that it would hold up better than you think, is what I'm saying. Because it actually, like, it was corny, but it wore it well. It was well-meaning, is what it always felt like whenever I've watched that movie. Like, it just has a certain joy about itself, if that makes sense. Body gear and unique powers are improved by 10% is neat. There's the Death Blossom. When your shield breaks while it protects you, trigger Death Blossom. It's earnest. Yes, exactly. Like, somebody actually wanted to tell that story and not just do, like, a B-movie knockoff of Star Wars. Somebody on that production for Last Starfighter, like, you can tell, maybe not even one somebody, but a lot of somebodies believed in that concept and really wanted to do something with it. And it's okay, but, like, their love for it shines through in a way that's neat. Yeah, the villain death is fucking incredible. They're, like, on their ship doing this whole thing of, like, the Star Trek kind of, like, computer banks sparking and blowing up and, like, wires falling down. And they're like, okay, like, we need to correct course, all this stuff. We're getting sucked into the gravity of the planet. And it's like, well, divert power from here. And it's like, but it's not working. It's like, we're losing power to these engines, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, sir, what do we do? And he, like, pauses, looks up. His, like, one visor thing closes, and he goes, we die. And then they fucking crash into the planet. And it's like, oh, goddamn. The way he delivers it is fantastic. It's super cheesy, but it is... it's just what you need. It's so good. Percent cloak rate per level. I think it's gotta be that. So yeah, I always like to see a Last Starfighter reference. I had that movie on VHS and I watched it a bunch. There's just a few little moments in it that are really good, even if a bunch of it is very corny. It's also one of the first movies to use CG. If I remember correctly. Like, it and Tron were really revolutionary for using CG. Tron was the other movie that I actually had. I think I had them on the same VHS tape. Uh-oh, sorry, I mean, we certainly didn't record movies off the TV. No, no, no. My mother would have never done that to occupy me. I must have watched Tron 25 times when I was a kid. Tron was one of my all-time favorite movies. I still really like Tron. Tron is cool. Like, I don't even like the... Oh no. Is Tron an isekai? I don't like the Western isekai genre of getting pulled into a computer or whatever, generally. But it worked for Tron. Tron is really good. You loved both those movies? Tron is really good. Tron is, like, legitimately a very good movie, I think. I actually think that Tron slaps. Like, Tron is a good movie. It's not even a question of, like, does it hold up? Tron is just good. It helps that, like, you've got to understand that the cast of Tron is really good. Like, the actual actors in Tron are all fantastic. All of the villains, pretty much, are played by one person because of the nature of the movie, and it's David fucking Warner, and David Warner is an incredible actor. If you don't know who David Warner is, you might if I show you his picture. It's right here. That is David Warner, and he has a voice. He's a very good actor, and he's a really fantastic villain. I like Tron a lot. David Warner is really, really good. And then, of course... Oh, God. Was he in... He was in Final Frontier and... Next Generation? Oh, he was one of the Klingons, wasn't he? Anyway. And then, of course, like, obviously Jeff Bridges as the main hero role is fantastic. Like, he just has so much charisma about him all the time. Tron Legacy's OST slaps, yes. Not gonna lie, you're hoping I was gonna hold up a physical portrait of David Warner. If you've ever heard, like, here's another way that you might know David Warner. Here. Let me just very quickly. Okay, let me just... Yeah.
You dare to attack me here.
That's David Warner. He's John Irenicus in Baldur's Gate 2.
You will suffer. You will all suffer.
And he is really good at cheesy, over-the-top B-villains.
So, godchild, you have escaped. You are more resourceful than I had thought.
You're not going to torture us any longer.
Torture? Silly girl, you just don't understand what I'm doing, do you?
I don't care.
He is a theater actor, and it makes him very, very good as a villain. He's very much in the league of, like, Christopher Lee and, like, all of those classics, right? Like, he's that kind of actor. He would make a fantastic, incredible Dracula. Like, David Warner's a real good actor. And it really helps to have him as the villain. Because he is very good. Oh, this one. At least I'm doing a lot of damage to it, because normally the problem is letting it keep its fingers here. Ooh. Okay. Ooh. Ooh, you're a dick. Got it. You have a lot of health. He can do heroic rolls as well. Oh, yeah. I'm not saying that he can't. Of course. I think that David Warner has range. I'm just saying that, like... Because, yeah, he does fairly heroic rolls in Star Trek Undiscovered Country, actually, where he's the... I remember who he is now. He's the, like, Chancellor of the Klingons. So he's like their leader, which in the Undiscovered Country is one of the good roles. He gets murdered in that one, actually. Spoiler alert. At least I think that yeah, he has to at the beginning. It's been a while since I've seen Star Trek 6. My mother was a really big Star Trek fan, so I did watch all the movies. They're pretty good. Some of them are okay. A lot of people really like the whale one, and it's... Oh, I'm not as into that one, personally. I'm wondering about the plating. It's only for hull damage, but also hull damage is kind of the only damage that matters at a certain point. I don't need to charge. Splinter's interesting. Not sure how it would work with what we have. Yeah, he has amazing range. Your Carl seen films with him set in them. Oh yeah, for sure. But yeah, he's a classically trained like theater actor originally, and it just kind of shows. He's got a very like he could play a heroic figure, but it always feels like he's very large, right? Again, like Christopher Lee takes up a screen. They don't really slip into the background much. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. They have a presence, and he has a presence as an actor. Okay, I actually think Splinter's pretty good with this. I made the right decision. Alright then. Causes our advanced construct assembly time to be... Oh, to progress faster when we kill things. Right. While you are near an advanced construct, you and that construct gain extra damage resistance. These are all really good unlocks for us to get. %40 rate of fire. Yeah. Priority 0 looks a little too good. Your favorite Christopher Lee anecdote is him correcting Peter Jackson on the noise Saruman should make when stabbed? Nice. That feels like the supposed Werner Herzog moment on Mandalorian, which I haven't seen, but they had the Baby Yoda out, right? And I remember they like took the puppet off the stage, and then they're like, okay, let's reshoot it and now do it with like the possible green screen. We're gonna see which one we want more. And Werner Herzog was like, you cowards, do you not understand how beautiful that thing is? Are you so like, and just like rips into them. Just fucking like, what are you doing, you fucks? That thing's beautiful. And then they go, okay. Supposedly that, I'm not sure 100% that was what happened. Supposedly that's what was going on set. Whoever knows how true those stories are. But I'd love to believe that Werner Herzog would have done that. Just immediately like, you fucking cowards, come on, commit. Firing our weapon more frequently seems pretty good. Let's go for an outmaneuver. Got another one already. Self-destruction on all of our constructs. I like how these things go in a nice line for us. Real good for the railgun. Did I ever see the Lord of the Rings scene shot by MTV with Jack Black? Yes. Yeah. It's fun. I think so. I'm pretty sure I saw that one. If it's the one I'm thinking of, it was okay. I'm one of those people that I didn't love the Lord of the Rings movies, honestly. They're okay. There's a lot of good things about them. I didn't love how much, in some ways, it was just, like, less about the story than it maybe should have been for me. I was one of those nerds. I don't really want to be one of those nerds. I don't want to, you know, people can enjoy things and also, like, I understand I probably shouldn't be like that with Lord of the Rings, but it was like, I don't know, it just felt like the battles were so big, and then a lot of plot points just kind of were weird or overlooked or didn't quite make sense because they really fast-forwarded through some of it a little bit. There were some weird ways that it didn't quite work where I was like, what the fuck? What? Got that Prince Albert ripped off by Sarah. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that one. Increases your construct limits. Cost of thrust and ability to fire our weapon. Huh. You love Lord of the Rings, but you also watched the first movie before you read the books. Yeah. Again, like, there's a lot to like in those movies. A lot to like. I fully understand that, and it's also one of those things where I was just like, I didn't love them. They were fine. There's just a lot of things about them that they're just kind of... The action sequences eventually get so over the top that I just kind of... They lose all meaning to me. I think that's the thing, is I don't love a lot of, like, the really epic battle scenes that sometimes they do in more, like, modern fantasy and action movies and stuff, and I think that that's true of a lot of people. That's why John Wick became so popular, because it mostly eschews that formula. The third movie, Legolas Mumax scene was bad. Yeah, like, there's a few things like that. When it got to The Hobbit and it was, like, the river chase scene and it was all just flips, it was... I just couldn't give a shit anymore. Like, it was so hard to even follow the action. Like, the action is just so fast and so weightless, it kind of becomes meaningless. And I never loved that about those movies. The books are too dense to adapt into the movies. Yep, no, and that's the thing, is like, I always acknowledge that, like, yeah, I mean, it's, no matter what they do, things are gonna be tough for them. I don't want any of these, but the problem is I have to pick something. So that's why I'm spending so long on it. This is the issue with taking, the no rerolls one. I guess I could do masochism. And, like, I fully understand that The Lord of the Rings, in many, many, many ways, are really well-made movies. And I fully appreciate what they did, like, honestly, even just for cinema in some ways. I think they did some really good things, but also I just... They weren't what I specifically wanted out of that. Yeah, some of that stuff, I don't know. Some of the action scenes for me, that was one of the biggest things. It's just, they eventually felt pretty meaningless to a certain extent. I don't know. The Hobbit trilogy, you double down on exactly what I'm complaining about. Yeah, exactly. I miss things like... I do wish that they had kind of cut down some of the battle scenes and stuff early on. Just because... Like, I would have really liked if they had shown kind of the end of the books. Because there's something that I think that's really important to the overall theme of, like, what The Lord of the Rings is at the ending that they don't do. Like, they really needed to do, I think that somebody alluded to it, the Scouring of the Shire. I think that's what you're talking about. Like, at the end of the books, the hobbits go back home after beating Sauron, and Saruman is in the Shire and has made it into, like, or is it Wormtongue? I think it's Saruman and Wormtongue, right? It's both of them, yeah. Saruman takes over the Shire. He takes over their home. He just goes and fucks up their home. And they have, like, another battle to actually take back their home. And so, there's, like, this kind of big theme about you can't really go home again, right? Like, there's an idea there that they're irreparably changed, and so their home is irreparably changed. Like, there's some ideas about that are neat. That it's actually, like, more than almost anything else in those books, that's kind of interesting. Like, that's like, oh, there's actually maybe kind of a point to all this shit. Like, for the most part, it's just fun. But that's the one moment where you're like, oh, maybe there's actually a little bit of a deep message here in some ways. And then it's like, they just didn't even include that, and you're like, oh, yeah, alright, yeah. Yeah, we should probably just give them better turning speed and stuff. That's real important. We have a lot of constructs. It's very much informed by his experience in World War I. Yeah, he would say no, but, his friend C.S. Lewis would tell you that The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe wasn't a Christian allegory. And, that's bullshit. Because I've read those books, and that's bullshit. No, they have nothing to do with any of that. Like, are you sure, man? Because pretty sure it's real explicit. Like, he just didn't even realize it. He couldn't see it himself. What he said no to was it being about World War II. Yeah, fair. Okay. I'll give you that. About his own experiences in World War I. Sure. I don't know if he's denied that, but also, like... I don't know, I think that a lot of it is shaped by his experiences with war, and I think that that's both wars. I think that living through those kinds of things change you. I don't know. How do all of you feel? Ooh, that just knocked me in between, and I couldn't move out. How do all of you feel about the last couple years? Not bad, though. Like, do you think that anything you'd make from now on would actually be informed by having lived through the last couple of years? Yeah, probably, right? Like, they tend to change your perspective on a lot of things when you have a big traumatic worldwide kind of moment. Those are earth-shattering times. The idea that it's not anything about that is like, of course it is. It has to be. Because you're putting some of what you are as an author into this book, and you absolutely dealt with World War II. Like, you're not getting away from your own experiences. You can lie to yourself, but you can't lie to us. Like, I agree that it's probably not intentional, but... I feel like I just got run over. I sure did. Oh, yeah, it's not about World War II, and seriously, the Fellowship aren't sword-fighting killer whales. Orca's a word you borrowed from Beowulf, and it's unrelated to Orca. Yeah, that's part of the same forward in an edition where he was like, Listen, you fucks. This is what my book's about. Leave it alone. I do agree with him that he often said, I think in that forward actually, he talked about, like, books are allowed to just be about entertainment. And, like, I think that it's about World War II just because he was informed by World War II, but I don't think it's explicitly about that. I think for the most part, it is exactly what he said, which, yeah, like, he wanted to write a book to have fun. He thought, oh, wouldn't it be cool if... And he made a book about it. That it's got some of those allegories are there. It's like, that's because that's his life experience, so... You tend to write about what you've experienced. I was looking for Carrier. People wanted to see Rail Carrier. Alright. This is the hard thing. I want to talk with chat, but this is not really a talk with chat kind of game. Got him. Level up. Ally is always nice. Yeah, I like an ally. What if I don't have to even fire my weapon? I'm a carrier, right? I mean, technically I could take that Overseer mod and not. I'm just not sure how much I want to just play pacifism run. It's not allegorical in that it's a retelling of World War II with a coat of paint. Yes. It's allegorical in that people's work is shaped by their experiences. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, wouldn't it be cool if all 4 of the friends who went off to not war all survived to come home? Ooh, yeah. 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 I like the velocity. Yeah, making constructs faster is good. So these swarm constructs will also just, like, heal our our shield whenever it's damaged, which is pretty disgusting. Carrier is a really fun body type. Agreed. Ooh, Tactical Hulk. Okay. Also dropping a song in the Discord. Sure. Is it the, Bilbo Baggins for, No, something different? Okay. Endurance Day. I'll have to listen to that another time. I don't want to get DMCA'd, but Leonard Nimoy did a, like, folk song about Bilbo Baggins, which is a thing to listen to. Yeah, it just seems too good. Let our ally regenerate over time, or get sniped. I like both of those. Okay to just let our ally be stronger, considering that we're already the carrier type. It's nice that we can kind of let our ally and stuff deal with close things, and then we can concentrate on sniping. I feel like I'd have trouble going back to the Lord of the Rings now, like, just thinking about it. Because I feel like that it was interesting for its time because it was so formational in a way, but, like, now it's too formational. Like, everything is fucking Lord of the Rings, and so many people have done such a better job of it now, and made it less dry, that, I feel like I wouldn't be able to get through it the same way. Make our ally better. Really do want that. Also, this one's cool. Base gas, our body gear base stats being improved for carrier is really nice. I don't feel like a dick bravado. Let's have a lot more constructs. Turns out movies can be shorter than 4 hours. Books can be too. Obviously not the 4 hours thing, you know what I mean though. Like, I will admit to being a little weary of the length of a lot of books now, and just kind of being like especially fantasy, just like, listen, it's fine, you can totally make your book to be like 500 pages instead of 1,000. No one will think you're a hack because it's an extra, you know, 300 pages short. We don't need to see this tea party. I'm good. Like, some of it's nice. I don't mind a slow-moving book. I don't mind a slow-burning movie. I am a big fan of Once Upon a Time in the West, a movie that's like 2.5 or 3 hours long and contains less dialogue than a 20-minute, like, sitcom. But it just needlessly long in some ways, just to be, like... There's a long-windedness to a lot of fantasy, especially. And, like, there's some really good fantasy authors from back in the day that didn't need to go on that long. I remember really liking Nine Princes in Amber, and it's not that long per book. I really liked, Wizard of Earthsea. The Earthsea novels are incredible. Like, absolutely amazing. And they are not that long, like a few hundred pages apiece. They're very fucking good. I am not doing well with this boss. Getting in there is not easy with the carrier. Please. Need you to die! Okay. Yeah, Ursula K. Le Guin is an incredible author. Her books are really, really, really good. We're not dealing a lot of damage, actually. We need to up our railgun a bit. I've been doing a lot of the ally stuff. I know I did just do another ally mod, but it was also the one where they get to level with us, which is just too good to give up. The one where the ally actually starts mattering. feel like the practice of publishing at the setting Bible later if things take off rather than trying to make it a part of the novel was something to recommend. Yeah. What about C.S. Lion Jesus? Did you get the Lion is Jesus? Because that's the Lion Jesus is about Lewis. Well, except that he says that it's absolutely not about that. He's lying. They're okay, except that they're very much Lion Jesus, so unless you want to be preached at a lot, then you probably want to stay away from that one a bit. Because, oh boy, especially by the last novel of, God, I can't even remember the Narnia Chronicles, right? Yeah, that's what it was. The last novel of the Narnia Chronicles gets, real preachy. Like, oh man. Like, did you know that all of the children in The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe are fucking dead and in hell? Cause that's cool, right? Cause they died in a train accident. And maybe Susie wouldn't have gone to hell if she hadn't have worn all that lipstick like women do. I am not fucking joking at all. What the fuck did you just walk into? We were talking about the Narnia Chronicles. Buddy, hi. What are you doing? Well, I was just getting real mad about C.S. Lewis. I was getting real worked up. I mean, I know the kids were dead, but what is this hell and harlotry rant? That's the last book. In the last book, Susie... Okay, so of the 4 original children... only 3 of them get into heaven at the end of the books. They all have a thing where Aslan runs them to heaven as Lion Jesus at the end of the novels. And yes, they actually say Susan is not in heaven because she liked to wear dresses that women wear these days and lipstick. I thought she just wasn't dead yet. No, they talk about her not being there because she fell for the world. I very much remember that. That's explicit. Oh yeah. I'm 99% certain about the lipstick thing, in fact. Like, it mentioning lipstick. It doesn't say she's in hell, but it says she's not in heaven with the rest of them, even though they all died. But it's pretty obvious the implication, as it were. Yeah, C.S. Lewis is kind of a fuck. Holy shit, you just thought she missed the train and lived? No! Oh no, no, no. No, they talk about she's dead but not here. Because Susie was too much like women. She wore things like makeup. And you don't do that, kids. That was not a great novel. That end of the series got real unfortunate. It went 100% Orson Scott Card, but before Orson Scott Card went Orson Scott Card. It's the OG Orson Scott Card. You thought that this series was just gonna be about, like, don't do a genocide, but actually, let me preach to you for a while. I've got other things to say. Please don't, Orson. I don't take pleasure, by the way, in having to not like those things in a way, or like seeing that stuff in it. Sucks for me too, because I liked the. Ooh, boy, I really liked a lot of the Narnia Chronicles, but I had issues with that ending, to say the least. Even as a kid, I was like, that thing really fucked up, man. Susie's in hell. Like, I didn't appreciate that, even as a kid. The Narnia Wiki claims she missed the train? Survived and would have been the protagonist of another novel if Lewis hadn't died. I'll go get my set of books later and get the passages, because there's some stuff in there. It would be very hard to read that after the last novel. It'd be very hard to read it in that direction. I kind of feel like that's another C.S. Lewis gotten some shit over that, even for those days, and was like, oh, actually, because, remember, C.S. Lewis also totally claims that none of it is an allegory. Like, I had the whole set. I read those books cover to cover multiple times. I don't know why, the more that I look back at it, but I always hated that ending. There's some pretty awkward, stuff on who the bad guys are at the end of the last novel, too, actually. Not that I don't really want to get into more of that. That last novel is, I wouldn't recommend it. That's all I'll say. Oh yeah, here's the singularity. Alright. He was ankle deep in denial. Yes! Also, he just, like, felt like he said things to make sure that his book still sold. Because people didn't like him being preachy at them, and then he was like, no, I'm not being preachy at you, no, 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 no. It's not even about Christianity, no, 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 no. Like, yeah. If you ever want to read a bunch of novels, though, like, I'd rather talk about things that I do like. And I did like a lot of the writing in the Narnia series. It's just, there are also very big problems with it. You can still read it and enjoy parts of it, I think, despite knowing that there's major issues with something. And, like, that one was a little easier to avoid because most of that also came in the absolute last novel. Like, basically 95% of it was there. Speaking of, yeah, like, well, I mean, Lovecraft is, yeah, a lot more intertwined than that. I don't know about, like, there's a line, Lovecraft probably crosses that for me. I don't think that I'd ever want to read him. Once all the racism is pointed out, you can't unsee it. It is very blatant. Like I said, if you want to read some fantasy novels, though, that are incredible and, like, just very different and creative, they're, I want to say progressive. Like, they have, like, the messaging in them is fantastic and stuff. Like, just everything about them is so good. You really, really, really need to read more Ursula K. Le Guin. Like, read Wizard of Earthsea, Tombs of Atuan, read all of those novels. They are absolutely stellar, and they hold up today 110%. They are really incredible. Please don't tell me Orson Scott Card was an asshat. You don't know? Like, you don't... Do you not know? That was the joke that we made earlier. We said that, like, C.S. Lewis Orson Scott Carded before Orson Scott Card did. Because he's the original. He's the OG Orson Scott Card. Discworld also, yes. Yeah. Discworld by Pratchett is also very, very good. But they are heavily comedies, and also, more than that, I actually would say, I've often said this, I hardly consider them fantasy novels, in a way. Like, they're set in a fantasy world, the Discworld books and Terry Pratchett's books. But especially, like, after you get past, like, the first 4 or 5 of them, and that sounds like 4 or 5, like, that's a lot of the series. There's, like, 50 of these. I think 50 or 60. But, the, Discworld novels just go into straight-up satire. They are straight, obvious allegories for real life. It's fantasy, but it's fantasy in the way that Jonathan Swift is with Gulliver's Travels. I firmly believe that Terry Pratchett, Douglas Adams, yes. I firmly believe that Terry Pratchett is probably the greatest satirist of, like, the 20th century. I don't even think that's really a question, basically. Like, he's fucking fantastic. He's real damn good. But it's also not really fantasy. Also, Ursula K. Le Guin is fucking in that stratosphere, I swear to God. Her writing is incredible. Ursula K. Le Guin does some really good books. Like, if you have not read Wizard of Earthsea, you really, really, really need to read Wizard of Earthsea. It's incredible. It's young adult novels, but it's just, it's really good. It's just really, really good. The funny thing is that it's Harry Potter before Harry Potter. It is totally Wizard School, but it's done in a totally different way. The first book is Wizard School. The rest of them are not. They're all standalone books, essentially, also. You don't actually have to read them in order, although I think that it benefits from that. They're pretty short. They're like 200-some pages. Even the Wizard School part is very not traditional. No. And this is a woman that, like, I fucking love Ursula K. Le Guin. When they did an Earthsea adaptation at one point, and she signed away some of the rights to it, they made the main character white, and somebody wrote a article titled "The Whitewashing of Earthsea," and it was Ursula fucking K. Le Guin, because she explicitly, in like the 60s, wrote a lead black wizard. Every single character in the novels is non-white. And it's not, she's white herself, so it's not perfect, but like, it's really cool how very, very different it is than basically all the other fantasy novels, while also being an incredible fantasy novel. It's really good. Like, it's just a total difference. It is a full departure in so many ways from what a fantasy novel is. Yeah, no, the Ghibli film is awful. She's one of the only big prominent fantasy sci-fi authors to give actual perspectives that aren't white cis male. She wrote a big thing about how Earthsea has no wars. And she like talks about like, she's like, no, I don't want my novels to be about violence. I don't care about that in a way. Like, I want it to be about an internal struggle in a way. And they all are. Like, when I say that these movies, when I say that these books are incredible, I mean, they're incredible. They're very different than what most fantasy books are. But there's still extremely high adventure and high stakes, and there's violence in them, but it's not like, yeah, like, you just need to read them. They're very good. They're really good. They're really, really, really good. And it really makes you wish that there was a lot less Tolkien fantasy, in my mind. I can't praise Le Guin's books enough. Like, they offer a perspective that's just, I feel like she's not as formative as someone like Tolkien was. Like, she doesn't inform as much of what fantasy is nowadays as what someone like Tolkien did. But fantasy would be better as a genre if she did. By a lot. Because it would be more diverse and interesting, and I don't mean that in like necessarily more minority characters, although that would also be very true. But also that it would be more diverse in terms of what, like, the conflict in the story is. And what you can do with a fantasy novel to tell, like, a moral tale, but without moralizing. It's really good. It's a masterclass. Yeah, it's not violence as power fantasy. The violence in the books is scary and awkward and awful, and it's not stuff that you want to have happen. Like, the violence isn't cool, awesome stuff. The violence is sad, scary stuff. And when you actually see that, and the inversion of that happens in fantasy, it's like, oh, wow, okay, yeah, huh. You actually wouldn't want, like, a lot of this shit that we think is real cool actually wouldn't be. And, like, listen, sometimes it's fine to do the cool war thing. I like a war story. But it's also nice to have stories that remind us that, like, yeah, no, like, you don't want conflict. That's bad. Make a world without that. How do we do that instead? What if you didn't have to do any of it? And, like, what other types of conflicts and stuff can you have? And yeah, I don't want to get too much into it, I guess. Although I already have. I love those books. They're well worth the read. I might start one tonight now that I'm talking about it. It's a 5-part series. Yeah, kind of. There's also some short stories, there's a bunch of things. There's the original trilogy that's the old ones. The new ones are even slower and different. I think I might appreciate them more now that I'm older, but I need to go back to them. They are very slow and philosophical in a way that's a vast departure from the first three. The first three are very much young adult books. Like, they are deep and poignant, but they're also written kind of matter-of-fact. Like, they're very straightforward. And the later ones get, like, fucking philosophical in a way. Yeah, Black Cauldron is book 2 in a good series. Yep. Yeah, Lloyd Alexander, I read those. I read a little bit of the Belgariad, and I remember liking the books that I read, but for some reason I, like, had trouble finding all of them, or something like that, and I just kind of fell off of them. They seemed okay. Oh, also, oh my goodness, it's a lot later than I realized. I need to go and feed the cats. And also, say hello to my wife. I'm gonna this has been a lot of fun, by the way. I enjoy just shooting shit with all of you and having some fun today. I hope that somebody clipped that rant if you wanted, Z Butler. Hopefully, somebody did get that. I can put it up for you. I'll go back and look. If no one did. It was too long to clip. Well, did somebody clip near it? Because I could always have gone back. But and if you didn't, that's fine, obviously. Apparently I'm gonna have to highlight it. Sure. If you clip near it, though, it's easier for me to know where it is, so I can highlight it. If you'd already clipped it. That's what I mean. Sure. I thought that you were dead. Ouch. Ah, fair. Yeah, that's more what I mean, like... I understand that I'll have to highlight it at some point, but... I just don't know where it is. It saved me a good 20 minutes of looking for it, which I may or may not do if I have to do it. That's always the biggest thing about, like, I want to make clips sometimes of my own stuff, and I used to do that, but it's like, fuck. The amount of time that it takes is wild. I do have a mark button, but I forget to hit it. I'm going to be back in just a second, though. I've got to go feed the cats, talk to my wife. Thank you all for being here. She just got home after a really long day at work, so I want to go say hi to her. This has been a lot of fun so far. If you like the stream, too, follows are super appreciated. If you want to hear me shoot more shit about some stuff, got 2 podcasts. I'll see you in a minute. Thank you, Sponge. Yeah, sorry, man. I can just hoot and holler about Ursula K. Le Guin all damn night. I would totally do that. Like you said, like, how much it challenges just the baseline assumptions of what a fantasy novel needs to have. It's really neat. It's a really, really, really cool book series. And she is an incredible author. The villain of the first novel is fucking terrifying, actually, in a lot of ways. Like, that's one of the other things that I'm talking about it, it's very diverse and progressive, there's not really wars and stuff, and how, like, there's not the same kind of conflict that you'd expect in a fantasy novel, and then it's like, oh, by the way, the first antagonist is fucking terrifying. Like, holy shit, this thing is awful. And it's kind of a big spoiler to say what it is. But it is some, like, Cthulhu-ass, dark void, possessive shit, and it kind of fucking slays. It's really cool. And very scary in a way. I think just constructing them fast is probably pretty good. Yeah, the Gebbeth is a really neat enemy. Hence what you said about knowledge, especially self-knowledge. Yes. Yeah, like, it's just, you can't talk about it with getting into really big spoilers. Like, it goes, fuck. No. Run. That's why you don't want to be near that thing. Fuck. That's why you want to kill off its 5 fingers real fast. Hey, Eddings Talk! Yeah. We've been talking about fantasy authors. Sorry, Demon Orc. Have a good night. Oops. You love David Eddings. All his works are fun, except his last year's Elder Gods, which is kind of eh. I never read enough of David Eddings. See you later, Demon. It's a lot of fun. I read... Oh, God. This is almost embarrassing. There was a point where I read a lot of Terry Brooks. I really liked the one novel. You know, the one he wrote 7 times. Or 8, or whatever that I actually watched it. I also read a lot of, I read a lot of Robert's, oh god, what's its name? Fuck. Wheel of Time. Is it Robert Jordan? There was a point where you read a lot of Piers Anthony. Yeah. It was Robert Jordan. Okay, I was right. So which of the series do you think, then, Sarmhan? So it sounds like, or, no, Ghidorah, sorry, you were this one saying that you read a lot of Piers Anthony. Since you read a lot of Piers Anthony and I haven't, have you read Robert Jordan, Ghidorah? I have a question for you. Because that's just an important thing about, like, both of those series, how they compare to each other. And I don't have enough information on Piers Anthony's stuff firsthand. You've read Wheel of Time, yeah. Okay, which of those novels goes further into the violent, horrible misogyny? Of the two? Like, they're both up there, right? But, like, Piers Anthony over Robert Jordan? I've never quite known where the scale is on that one. Because it's pretty high when I think about Robert Jordan. Like, I'm not sure that Piers can cross it. I've heard he does. But... You think it's Piers Anthony? Okay. Just in general, I guess, yeah. More the Xanther or whatever is Piers, yeah. Yeah, Piers Anthony has some shit going on. There's a lot of really good fantasy authors. There's also a lot of fantasy authors that have some fucking issues. If 14-year-old me is going like, God, like, all these women are horrible and unlikable monsters. Maybe that's a problem. Even if like 14, when I'm starting reading those, I'm looking at and going like, shh, oh, feel I think, okay, alright. Like, yeah, I don't know that it needs to be like that. We got a whole lot of Piers Anthony gets to a lot of weird sex stuff, misogyny, downright out offensive stuff. Yeah, yep, yeah. Robert Jordan, pretty bad. The Wheel of Time stuff gets ridiculous, and it's also like Wheel of Time also gets to a point where you end up around like novel 8 or 9. This is embarrassing for me because I've been this deep, where you literally get 1,200-page novels that are 5 people in a room talking to each other about what happened off screen to try and tie it together for the whole fucking novel. Like, it gets real bad. It really fell away from him. Like, I've heard that they somehow get the ending to work through Brandon Sanderson or whatever. He's the one that wrote that, I believe, as the ending for it. And I've heard he's an incredible fantasy author, and he has to be, because I couldn't have imagined an ending in like 5 or 6 books that would resolve half of the plots at the point where I got, and it was already 10 books in, and they were all 1,500 plus pages. Those novels got out of hand. For L.S. Anderson's flaws, he was very good at trying to get stories together. Yeah. Sanderson wrote the last 3 books. Wow. Freaking heroic effort to finish that series. Yeah. I remember being actively angry that it felt like Robert Jordan was stalling for time, so he just didn't have to finish the books and didn't care about an ending for it and had never planned one. And so I moved on immediately from that series and read A Song of Ice and Fire by George R.R. Martin. Anyhow, I'm joking, by the way, for the most part, because, like, that is actually what I did, 100%, but also, like, I fully agree with George R.R. Martin that he should just be allowed to write the books at his own pace. It's fine. The problem that I had more with Robert Jordan's version of that is that, like, it just felt unplanned in the first place. Like, George R.R. Martin's books, for all their flaws, and there are a lot of them, it felt like he had a direction from the beginning and he's been trying to keep it on rails a bit. And it's shaken off the rails a bit here and there, but also, like, they're still kind of in the same line. You hate them. That's fair. The only good thing GRM did was wildcards. There are things about those books that I enjoy. I don't think that they're the best books ever or anything like that, but there's things about them that I like. He has the base framework for the entire series, and it really felt like Robert Jordan had never, ever, ever thought of an ending for that. Yeah, I think there are parts of the series that are legitimately well done, but there are huge issues with it, yes. I think I would not be able to go back to it in the same way. But I don't know. I also couldn't go back to a lot of other fantasy after it, and I think that it's not because it was so good or something, but that, like, I am so tired of Tolkien-esque fantasy. And so much stuff feels, even if it's a little bit different, not enough different, if that makes sense. And, like, for a lot of the flaws of A Song of Ice and Fire, it doesn't really feel Tolkien in a lot of ways. Like, there are definitely things about it that are, but there's a lot that it does quite different. And, like, Le Guin more than that. Going back to Le Guin was probably really the nail in the coffin for me, because I'm like, fuck, I just want more of something like this. Something that's just a fucking left-hand turn at what fantasy can be, and a whole new idea for it. And it's so cool still. There's a lot of authors you were a huge fan of where if you dig into some of their stuff deeply, there's problems. Yup. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Fantasy especially, it seems. Fantasy. Science fiction often, like, I feel like a lot of the people there are, even if they were shits in some ways, they're like flawed people with good hearts, if that makes sense. Like, even, a lot of them weren't, they had social things that they were trying to say. I think I just go with this. I don't like having a shield, honestly. But God, this game is... It's hard to talk and play this game. This is a very active game. Holy crap, sci-fi authors are so much worse. I don't know. Yes and no. It depends. Oh, sci-fi authors now, in a lot of ways, are. And I mean, like, obviously somebody like... I am not an apologist for... Oh, fuck. Heinlein. Like, I get that. But also, like... At least... Like, someone like Piers Anthony is a horrible shit, and it doesn't feel like there was ever a point. And as much as I hate Orson Scott Card, and he's a horrible shit and a horrible homophobic monster, like, even to take one of the worst examples of sci-fi, at least he had in one book a message of genocide isn't bad. Like, at least he said one good thing once. Like... Wasn't Asimov a massive lecher? Yes, but, like, at least there was, like, something redeemable in the work, you know what I mean? In modern fantasy, I might really dig N.K. Jemisin. Yes, yeah. Like, they could be shits in a lot of ways, but also, like... They wrote, like, some books that have a good message because they focused on a message, right? Like, they actually had something to say, and it wasn't necessarily just about the fantasy side of it. It was about, like, here's the problem and I want to solve it. I think that there's something wrong with the world. And a lot of the time they had a point in those. Sometimes they didn't. Heinlein, you fucker. But, yeah, like, Heinlein's point was maybe fascism. But, which, no. Thanks, Heinlein. At least, like, even if they were shits in real life, some of the books had some redeemable qualities to them, if that makes sense. It wasn't how Emmerich. You mean oh god, Verhoeven, Paul Verhoeven. Starship Troopers is very much in the ideology of Heinlein's book was anti-fascism. I firmly disagree with that. Requiring citizenship only going to the people that are fighting your wars, and the whole thing being just a massive death machine for the expansion of, like, their culture was... I did not agree with that reading of Starship Troopers at all. He's trying to show in the whole book how it was bad. No, he wasn't. You're totally off, Joke Public. Read absolutely any interview that Heinlein did. Any interview that Heinlein did on that book. He very much says that he 100% agrees with all the things in the book. He 100% thought they needed to do that in real life. He absolutely believed in that book. He thought that it would be good to adopt the ideals of having, you have to serve in our military to be part of the citizenship. And anybody that doesn't serve in the citizenship is a pansy and a lily, and they don't get to vote, and they shouldn't have rights in the same ways that citizens should, because those are the real people. That is a thing that he wanted. Yeah. It's great that you read into the book that it's bad, because that shows that you're a better person than Robert Heinlein. Because if you looked at that and you thought, wow, this fucking sucks, yeah, I did too. But you know who didn't? The author. The author thought it was real cool. I hate to tell you that, like, it sucks to learn. But no, he very much thought that that was good. Like, I don't want to burst your bubble, but yeah, unfortunately. Like, and it's so weird considering a lot of the other ideals that Robert Heinlein held, right? It doesn't sound like the person that you know. Because Robert Heinlein did have other views that I agree with. And that's kind of what I mean about the sci-fi stuff. No, the movie is satire, but the book isn't. The movie is super satire. That movie fucking hates the book. Paul Verhoeven said they wanted me to make a book to show how good fascism was. Fine, I'll make a movie that wants to show how good fascism is. Fine, I'll show how good it is. I'll show that it's good at one thing: killing bugs. That's all you can do with it. Paul Verhoeven hated the novel. They gave it to him to read, and he was like, fuck that. And he was like, I was personally insulted when they came to me with Starship Troopers as a novel, knowing the history of what Robert Heinlein wanted from that book and stuff, because I fucking lived in Holland when they took it over, the Nazis, and fuck that, I won't do their movie. And then he was like, but wait a minute, then I realized I could do their movie, but I could show that it was fucking disgusting. So, like, Paul Verhoeven hated that. People didn't get it, which is so weird. Like, that movie, he has a visceral fucking hatred for everything the book stood for. And, like, at the same time, people didn't get it. They thought that he was serious. That's why it's, like, so weird to me that I finally met the opposite of the person that doesn't get Starship Troopers the movie, and that's the person that didn't get Starship Troopers the book. Because it's, like, it's such a weird flip. I'm not trying to, like, insult you or anything, Joe. It's just, like, I didn't get what you were saying at first because I didn't imagine someone like you existed. I was like, oh, I didn't know people read it that way. It's a great way to read it, because the real way sucks. Like, I'm glad that you read it that way, because the book would have been vastly improved. Like I said, it makes you a better person than Robert Heinlein was, because you've got a good heart. You read it a way that it's so much better than the way that Robert Heinlein wrote it. Like, it makes you a good person. Because I read it and I knew exactly what he was saying, and I was like, man, fuck Robert Heinlein. It made me not want to read anything else from Heinlein. What's killing you is that it was covered in your second year English course. I mean, there might be some people that believe that. Robert Heinlein didn't. But that's... Yeah. Some people might think that maybe he said something, I guess, later that went against that, but I've never seen it. Here's another curiosity of a film, Cloud Atlas, so many progressive plot points, terrible yellow face. Well, I think that what it is, and like this is important to remember, I'm not perfect. You're not perfect, and our authors aren't perfect. Even the really good ones like Ursula K. Le Guin, like she wrote in a ton of really cool, very progressive, very different things into fantasy that work in amazing ways, and it's a fantastic book. But there's going to be flaws with it. She has holes in her own worldview also, right? Like, I'm not sure that I can necessarily pick them out, but she's a white woman writing non-white characters. I'm sure that there's a lot of nuance that's lost there, that again, I probably don't have also, because who I am, right? Like, and that's gonna be true for literally everybody. Yeah, in the 60s, yes, yeah. Like, this is going to be a thing where everybody is going to have some problems with their worldview, and the important thing is just knowing that and trying to correct yourself and trying to be a better person over time, right? Like, that's always kind of the best that you can do. The bigger problem with some of the authors and some of these things like that is that they firmly chose not to become better people and specifically kept down that path and even went harder into it. Orson Scott Card. Like, people like that, where it's like, okay, listen, you can see this and realize that maybe it's a problem, and maybe we can learn from it, but also, yeah, like, I think that there are mistakes people can make, and it doesn't make them irredeemable monsters, right? Even big mistakes. But it's all about how you learn from those also. I'd hope that I can believe that people can make big mistakes, because I've fucking made some big ones. Like, hey, by the way, I don't want to talk about all of them, because it really sucks, but I've made some real bad decisions in my life. Call is greater than your maximum shield. Okay, so that doesn't actually help us, because we don't even have a shield. Right? Yeah. Efficiency is still okay, because that's just faster hull regeneration. But I don't want anything else from that. Sure, some of my bad decisions revolve around letting people choose what food I eat. Absolutely. Maybe not the ones I'm talking about. But, yeah, those are bad ones too. Speaking of, I will be announcing stuff on a pickle challenge soon? TM? We have not done a pickle challenge this year as our big charity event, and I need to do a really, really big, cool charity event. I have some very small ideas. I just want to, like, let people know, yes, I am thinking about it, because normally I'd have done it in a year. It's weird. 2020 and 2021 have been exceptional years. In these exceptional times, Jesus H. Christ, you've finished reading the article and you're simply appalled at how blatantly wrong that book was taught to you. Okay, cool. Alright, I'm like, you were so firm in it, I was almost like, is there some kind of reading of Starship Troopers where it's not like he loved all of that? Like, am I totally out? No, okay, good. Just, you were so firm in it, you almost shook me for a second. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou is a really fun movie. That movie's really good, yeah. And the goth days. Goth, emo, 80s punkish. I don't know what the fuck I was doing. That was definitely when I was more problematic as a person. Talk to 17-year-old me and I'm not nearly as cool, let me tell you. Maybe that's almost what it all boils down to in the end. try not to be the person you were in high school. Right? Some people are like, wow, I was really cool and popular in high school. And if you're one of those people because you think that, like, the stuff, or like, you know, I wasn't cool and popular, I was different. If you're somebody that thought that whatever you were doing in high school was really good and cool, you probably need to take another second to evaluate your life. Maybe that's, like, the big thing. Only half joking. Maybe the high school theory has merit. I know. It's really hard to get in here with the railgun is the problem. The railgun in specific is just a tough one for this boss. God, and it gets worse the longer it goes is the problem. I have not read Lensman or Skylark, no. Yeah, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? It's just Homer's Odyssey reskinned. Yes, yeah. Which is cool. It's a neat movie for sure. I'm a fan of Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? I remembered at the Christian summer camp that my mother had me attend every year that it was very popular there because they had the hymnal song in the movie, which is interesting because that's also the scene that is the sirens where they, you know, go and get seduced by them. So well, it's interesting for the very hardcore Christian summer camp that I was in, actually. The Cyclops was replaced by a big fat one-eyed KKK member, yeah. John Goodman, yep. It's a good movie. It's a really fun movie. I need to get the hull maximum stuff, actually. I really need some hull plating. We went all in on hull and no shields with a lot of regeneration. We don't have enough HP stuff to make that work yet. We're a little fragile. Still have a lot of damage, despite that last boss. It's just that last boss takes like 0 damage if you're not hitting the vulnerabilities. And it's so hard to get in there with that. Christians are often easily distracted by music. Yeah, music is a big part of Christianity. High school me was killed off with the help of a fantasy author who you're grateful for her being what you needed at the time, but she's not of all times. Ah, yeah. That's another thing about Ursula K. Le Guin, by the way. Let me just get this real quick. Let's see if I can find this. There's some really good stuff that Ursula K. Le Guin wrote on J.K. Rowling. So this is an interview from her a while back. God, this is really becoming like talk stream tonight, which is nice because that's kind of what I wanted. But yeah, like, Nicholas Lazard has written, Rowling can type, but Le Guin can write. What do you make of this comment in the light of the phenomenal success of the Potter books? I'd like to hear your opinion of J.K. Rowling's writing style. And this is long, long before there was any controversy about J.K. I have no great opinion of it. When so many adult critics were carrying on about the incredible originality of the first Harry Potter book, I read it to find out what the fuss was about, and remained somewhat puzzled. It seemed a lively kids' fantasy crossed with a school novel. Good fare for its age group, but stylistically ordinary, imaginatively derivative, and ethically rather mean-spirited. She knew right away all of the problems that would later kind of surface about JK. She really called so much of it. Going to be honest, your favorite works of Ursula K. Le Guin's are Wizard of Earthsea. They're really good. Yep. And it was like, she was really good at saying, like, she liked a lot of other authors and was more than okay with praising them, but, like, part of it was that she was kind of really annoyed about how much JK was always going on about, like, how original the Harry Potter books were, when it was like, she wrote a wizard school book that is so much more original in the 60s. Like, fuck off. Whatever. I have not read Michael Moorcock. I need to read a lot more. I don't read anymore. I spend all my time doing this. I don't have enough time to read, it feels like, which is bad. I do need to do a lot more reading. I've really dropped off. Like, it's embarrassing. I haven't finished a book in a few years, for sure. But I've read a few manga in the meantime. Not that they necessarily go down easier sometimes, but they just feel a little bit, like, faster to get through. I don't feel like I have the extended time to get through, especially like fantasy novels. It's just like 500 words, 500 pages is fine, right? Like, I don't know. In some ways, I'm kind of like, do I need to do 5 hours a day every day for a month to get through this thing? Like, audiobooks and driving out to weddings. I honestly should do a lot more audiobooks, but I always felt like that was... I don't like that. That makes me feel gross. I don't know what it is, which is, like, funny, because instead I'm listening to podcasts, which is not better, but it feels like a distortion of what a book is. It just doesn't feel right to do audio. I have way more self-control than you do when it comes to a good book. Oh no, that's the thing, is I don't. I used to be really bad for that, and that's maybe one of the reasons why I've gotten out of it. I would tear through a book, and like, I'd be walking across roads with a book when I was a kid, and even in my 20s, like, I'd be out dangerously going through streets with my nose still in the book. Like, yeah, no, I would not put a book down. They don't grab me in the same way a lot of the time. I've maybe become too aware of their failings, right? I've read some very, very, very good series like Discworld and such, and like the Wizard of Earthsea novels, and when you read stuff that is not those, sometimes you're just like, ugh. I don't know, like when they have some really glaring flaws. Like, I feel like I don't have time for anything but truly fantastic books, and it's hard to get through anything that isn't, if that makes sense. Ripping on your own group's long story tradition. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, being able to criticize our own beliefs and communities is also an important part of self-growth. Yeah, for sure. Realizing, like, again, I have a problem with a lot of the authors that I was talking about. Like, I have problems with a lot of them, and over time, it's kind of soured my want to go through new stuff, because I can see some flaws really quickly, and not just even, like, flaws on terms of, like, how progressive they are or anything like that, but just story writing flaws. But, like, the thing is that, like, I like a lot of those books still. I still enjoyed my time with the Shannara books. There's a reason I read them. There's a reason I read through Chronicles of Narnia, even knowing the last book, like, 7 times when I was younger. I liked them. Even at the time, I knew there were some problems with them, but I liked a lot of the things that they had in them. There's still parts of those books that I enjoy. Like, I think that you can still, on some level, enjoy some, like, a lot of very problematic material. And the growth is recognizing that it's still problematic, that there are problems with it. That being said, there is some stuff that's like, oh, well, the whole point of the book is, like, for, like, H.P. Lovecraft is a tough one for me, because it's like, the whole point of the book is a very firm allegory on, I don't like people that aren't white, right? And it's kind of like, how much of a book is there left at a certain point besides that? And so those ones are a little tough to get through, but there's, like, Orson Scott Card, I can still read Ender's Game and like Ender's Game and appreciate how good that book is, because it's a really good book, and it has a great message, and it's got a lot of cool shit in it. Ender's Game kinda rocks. But I don't like Orson Scott Card. Like, I can do both of those things. I can like a lot of the messages and a lot of the things that something like Ender's Game did, but also recognize that, hey, maybe Orson Scott Card himself is kinda just shit. And, you know, I'll have to deal with that. I wish he wasn't, because, hey, he wrote a really cool book one time. But, you know, he kinda is. And I'll read his book and remember that, like, okay, maybe I need to view some of the things that he says with a bit of a lens because I know what he's like, right? I don't want to get into the end of Narnia again. It's really the end of Narnia that's a real problem. We're talking about stuff with problematic stuff? Let me tell you about, like, 75% of my interests, lol. Yeah. Okay, like, let's put this in context. I'm talking about fantasy stuff. You know what I've really been into in the last fucking years? I am super into indie horror movies. And especially, like, maybe even things from, like, the 70s. That's not a problem, right? There's nothing that those ones had some issues with. Like, yeah. And there's some of them are real fucking good, I would say, and have some really good messages. And some of them, at the same time that they have some really good messages, they have some really fucked up ones, too. So, you know. Holy shit, we're going down indie horror movie lane again. You don't have to, I'm saying that is definitely one of my interests, so I firmly understand trying and enjoy something while also knowing, like, what some of the issues with it are. Like, it's one of those things that I think people really have a big misunderstanding with when they think of progressive people, is that, like, oh, we're all, or like, for example, like, the whole Gamergate thing on Anita Sarkeesian. And, like, oh my god, like, you can't believe that she's criticizing these games. It's like, yes, she's criticizing them. Here's a secret. You tend to criticize, for the most part, at least if you're gonna do it again and again, something you like. I like fantasy books. That's why I have such big opinions on the things they do wrong. I like science fiction books. That's why I have such big opinions on what things they do wrong. Because I know about them. Because I care about them. Because I want them to be better. Right? I've played most of them, and I still like a lot of them, right? Like, that's a thing. Like, you don't criticize things that you don't care about. She likes games. She plays a lot of them. Their whole thing of, like, oh, she's trying to cancel games. She doesn't want to cancel. She likes games. She's a gamer, you fucking idiots! She's more of a gamer than you probably are because she actually cares about the fucking game she's playing. She cares about what it says. She cares about it in ways you've never even thought of, you fucking dumbass. Oh, God, you cannot stay in that thing. That thing rips you apart. God. You can't get greedy with that boss. I've done it a few times. Oh, I think there's problems with Anita Sarkeesian. I think most of the problems had nothing to do with what anybody was mad at her about. Still angry about the fact that gamers become a politically charged term now. Well, I mean, it was originally an EA marketing thing. It's just... the whole idea of gamer is... wild in so many ways. I remember listening to that on, like, the Giant Bombcast and being like, right, yeah, like, okay, I'm not crazy. Like, that was, like, an EA thing where they started saying, like, gamers everywhere. It's like, I was like, what are you talking about? Like, oh, I play video games. What's this gamer thing? Like, you just played video games. Like, what was gamer? Like, that felt like it was an entirely made-up thing by EA. You'll prel my fully addressable RGB for my cold dead CPU. Like, I don't know. I didn't feel like we called ourselves gamers originally. Like, yeah, hashtag gamer, hashtag game, like Mountain Dew. Like, when you lost your job, you were specifically warned to not refer to yourself as a gamer or as a game enthusiast. Well, that's a thing. Whew. This makes like a super construct. So you'd want to do an ally. I kind of want to try that. What if we just go for allies? You can only make one construct. Try and find the ally. There we go. I'm wondering about making it a super ally and having all of our stuff as cool. Huh. So they'd have 55% improved damage. Rate of fire and assembly speed. Also have like 33% maximum hull. Huh. Yeah, all the gamer shit felt like really rooted in very specifically like getting Halo codes from Mountain Dew, right? Like, I played every game imaginable around those years. I tried to get my hands on everything, and like, I'd have never called myself a gamer because it just didn't feel like it was the right thing. It felt so marketing. It really did. Gamer thinks that the GG nonsense is now synonymous with many people's minds with right-wing asshat. Yep. Yeah, now because of that, for sure. Yeah. There's, like, a lot of legitimate criticisms that you can levy at games journalism. Like, a lot. There's a lot of legitimate criticism you can levy at Anita Sarkeesian. Like, there's a lot of legitimate criticism you can levy at me. That's the thing. There's a lot at everybody. It just sucks that they don't do that. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's conversations to be had, but they have all the wrong ones. Have to just go with rate of fire. Ooh. This thing does not have a lot of damage. Legitimate criticism of me, I don't give my cat enough attention. That is actually true. I think that's... Yeah, probably. Redeem, give Kitty a treat. He is right here. Hey, buddy. Oh, rolled over and stretched. You know what that is. Sorry, we're having some fun real talk hours tonight. It's good. I like talking about these things sometimes. I think they're important. Alright, buddy. Nuance is dead. Yeah. Which is obnoxious to say, because that's what, like, again, right-wing asshats tend to use. But also it's true in a way. There you go. Oh, cat moved out of frame. Oh, shame on you, Cam, for disappointing your pupper. I'm sorry! I was told to give treats. I gave treats. I feel like the Nuance is dead thing is it feels also more like Nuance is dead for one side in particular more than another. Like, yeah, like fucking death threats all the time. Why is that just normal? Yes. It's always happened, yeah. I mean, Sherlock Holmes, yeah, it's always been a thing. It just feels like social media brings it closer and more obvious, I think. It puts it under a microscope. Social media is, as much as I also use it, probably a societal ill that we are going to spend a long time recovering from. If we ever do. God, that's maybe too real for me tonight even. But yeah, like, that kind of thing has always been there. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle got hate mail and death threats about killing off Sherlock and ending the series when he just wanted to write a different novel. But yeah, like, social media has freed brain poison. It's knowing that all the time, and that's probably not great for us. Remember when the internet was like cool, weird blogs about like strange movies, and you could talk about it and critique it and like some things about some things, and oh God, like, I don't know, just you weren't gonna get doxxed for it. Like, that was nice. All under construction gifs. I think I need to re-roll these. Really like priority 0 because that gives us to like overclock. So our advanced construct getting extra rate of fire on top of being supercharged because of our body seems really good. I think I need to go for that. Our weapon is. Adaptive armor. Oh, I haven't seen this. Causes you to gain armor stacks, which grant damage resistance when you take damage. Huh. Need K after seconds. Armor stacks improve regeneration. Wow. Okay. Armor stacks attack enemies when you fire, exploding on impact. And they deal additional blast damage to their armor stack. Holy shit. So you can definitely make like a smash into things and then immediately shoot build. Yeah. Remember when our parents warned us about strangers on the internet? Now they want to email copies of all their bank info to the IRS at gmail.ru. Yeah. 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 Could I interest you in everything all of the time? Yes. Yeah. Shared an elevator with the man who had written to the police in the city to falsely accuse an author of making bomb threats towards the convention. Yep, Worldcon was, yeah, yep. Yep, yeah. In some ways, it's good that the world is more awake to certain things, but in other ways, it is just a magnifying glass that magnifies itself, and it's just, ooh. Here I am using it. Here you are using it. Unstop. A little bit of everything. Really need to upgrade our ally as fast as possible, or maybe even just change our weapon. I don't know. I mean, I suppose I could even up the rate of fire more? Is that a thing I want? I don't think so. Still not sure if today's internet or early 2000s internet is more Wild West. Yeah. I know, I've wondered that a while too. I don't know which one is the, like, the wilder space in a way, like, yeah. Where that's more of an apt description. I want to reroll these. No. We have one left. Did want to upgrade the ally. I just feel like we don't deal enough damage right now. Some of those bigger ships take a lot of hits. You're doing okay, I guess. I guess early 2000s internet was movie Wild West, and now internet is real life Wild West. I think that that's the way that it works. Kind of wondering about changing the flak. Or just re-rolling. Whole damage resistance to you and an advanced construct if nearby seems pretty good for our ally build here. I'd really like to get the ally wild mod. There's eventually one where we can just have the ally on us. So that might not be a bad idea. Then that tactical one really makes sense. Pretty soon all the drugs on the dark web will be Pfizer and the snuff films will be studio releases. Gone. That's an opinion, I guess. I don't think you can get cancelled in the way that people are saying, though, that you can get cancelled about a single post you made 15 years ago. That's what I was saying earlier. Mel Gibson has been cancelled and still makes movies. Like, you will get heat from a certain portion of people if you keep doubling down on it. Like, look at what happened to James Gunn. James Gunn got called out for some shit, he said, that really fucking sucked. and did, like, but it was 10 years ago, and he had apologized profusely and tried to be a better person. And people kind of gave him back everything, and, like, there's other problems with James Gunn still, and I don't think that everybody's given him a full pass, but, like, at the same time, for the most part, people are like, okay, he's done some things that we don't like, he's maybe not the best person, he doesn't deserve to not have a career. Right? Like, nobody has really gone on to be, like, James Gunn deserves to be drawn and quartered. Because James Gunn actually cared about maybe trying to improve things in himself. And I think that that's really key in those stories. And also that, like, none of the people that are all that cancelled are really all that cancelled. They've all been cancelled and then they just make the tour on the right-wing media circuit. Like, which is basically the entire media circuit. Like, I can't think of anybody that doesn't still have a thing after that, if they double down on it. J.K. Rowling hasn't had a lot of blowback in a lot of ways, she just gets to go on different sites. Like, I would love it. Listen, I would rather the other way for most of these people. Right? Like, I wish it wasn't true, but you don't face a lot of consequences necessarily for some of the shit that you do. So the idea that you can get, like, cancelled off the internet off of some shit that you did 15 years ago is like... Yeah, it's more that that'll come to light and you'll have to reckon with it. And that sucks. And I agree that sucks. And I don't think that we need to do that for everybody, for every little thing. I do kind of get that to a point. But also, like... You're not going to get... Your life won't be ruined over it. You just need to learn and grow from it and not be a shit. And in general, it can be okay. Even for some pretty heinous shit. Like, I don't think the effects are as bad as what people are making them out to be. By any means. See you later, Z Butler. Have a good night. You guys think of the developer making a dongle joke to his buddy when you think canceled? I don't remember that, but yeah, I don't know. Can't even cancel Randy Pitchford for having a USB of portable porn on his work hard drive that he left at fucking medieval times. Yeah, he's fucking talking about Borderlands doing E3 presentations, and it's like he has allegedly assaulted one of his employees who was a voice actor who also claims to have been exploited in a lot of ways. Like, and he's still CEO and, in fact, presenting all of Gearbox's games for their whole presentation. Like he did today. Like, yeah. Oh god, Kevin Hart left him hanging, though, yeah. Kevin Hart came out, and, yeah, it was interesting watching Randy Pitchford try and make it look like Kevin Hart gave a flying fuck. Because Kevin Hart sure didn't. And it showed. It really showed. Kevin Hart felt like he had nothing but contempt for everything Randy Pitchford was about. It was like, ooh, this is uncomfortable. Even for Randy Pitchford, this is kind of dismal. I believe Alex Navarro on the Waypoint podcast, like, kind of thing they were doing over it, said, if this was a cameo, I would ask for a refund. It was almost depressing, to be honest. Like, it would have been depressing if it wasn't Randy Pitchford, and he kinda deserves it. We don't do enough damage. Look, I'm shooting the vulnerability. Like, I managed to do the move. I'm inside. It's still not fucked up. Oh, boss. I've got to get out of here. It's like murder me. Those little balls, like, if you touch one for a second, it takes off half your health. They are incredible. Okay. Oh. Oh, see you later, Ghidorah. Have a good night. Team Sweeney rides Randy stomps. Epic exclusive. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why Randy Pitchford is back. Cause man, I don't get it. Huh. Yeah, those feel like they work together real well. Elites and champions sound scary, but I'm not a coward, right? Think about the things I'm saying tonight. Being a little too honest. After you lost your job at the start of 2020, you ended up going to work for a technology sales service provider in your city. Shortly after you started, the owner became known publicly as a guy fighting to have the city enforce noise laws because he lived on a busy road. People with modified mufflers were disturbing him. Okay. Oh. Yeah, apparently society is willing to look a lot of really suspect behavior if you can just make a good looter shooter. Is Borderlands a good looter shooter anymore? Do people like Borderlands 3? Because it felt like people didn't like Borderlands 3. I've never been a huge Schluter person, but it felt like even the Schluter people didn't like BL3. Oh yeah, no, we allowed Blizzard to put out a lot of stuff because we liked, yeah, the orange drops in WoW and Diablo 2, yeah. It does trigger a certain dopamine hit. Anyway, let me get my dopamine hit by getting that upgrade. We are pretty close to entirely fucked up. Whew. We need something. I don't really want shielded constructs. Construct exploding is okay, I guess? I'm thinking I want to go for Overseer is the thing. So... Right. This shield is super weird when it breaks. Ah, fuck! Dude, don't bite me! Ow! Dude! You're very interested in the screen now, huh? Some bright lights. Okay, upgrade. Interceptor for our ally seems like it's real important. Hi. Managed to anger a massive community in the city, and they attacked the company on Google and Facebook. It got so bad, we lost huge business, major clients left, and they ended up by cutting wages. They tried to get us, the employees, to help combat this bad PR, drum up business, generally fix the massive PR disaster. You quit to go work for a bank's IT department. And was that Gearbox Studios, basically, they ended up to fight with? I think that I heard something about this. Why am I feeling like I've heard something on this? is in Saskatchewan. That should give you all the hint you need. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. That's interesting. X is equal to 2 times your combined standard and advanced construct limits. So our limit is 1. So it's just going to be 2% maximum health and shields for 20% faster assembly speed and rate of fire? I think this is the support specialist class. I think we found it. That seems to be the one. Like, now our ally is just a second to us. Okay. I think we've got to go for Overseer. Just not even fire anymore, and all I have to do is dodge things. It's a weird thing to do, but... like, yeah, it's obviously the build here, right? So now we can't fire, we can't do anything. We just have to dodge. I feel like this is probably a very powerful build, but also not one that I want to do a lot. I might want to try and do crashing now, like run into things, so I'm more active. I could bonk. Exactly, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, we might... I'm gonna try to start being the bonk build. Oh, you fuck! Oh, that! Oh, you bully! You fucking bully! Wow! I got bullied really hard. Like, real damn hard. Wow! Mom! The boss is picking on me! What the fuck? Hey! Thank you for the resub. I don't know who you are, because I am very involved in this right now. Fuck!
Hopefully you're doing well, bud.
I'm doing very well. Hey, Soltar! Soltar, good to see you. I have been doing fantastic. At least tonight, that's for sure. This week's been rough, but tonight's been a lot of fun. Linus Tech Tips reviewed one that enabled car sound speakers if you put it on sport mode. Or EV, oh my god. An EV, you want the car to be silent, more creepy. My wife has an EV. She has an electric vehicle. Do I want that? It means that I have less hull damage all the time. That's less maximum hull, less rate of fire. I don't know. It would feel more like I'm actually active again. I fire by aiming my allies, which is weird, but also, like, do I even want to do that? Because the minus rate of fire is real. 25%'s a lot. I kind of feel like no. I could go for this. It's the next recursive wild mod that I choose is gain 3 times. This is a recursive wild mod, so I could do that. There are options here. Can't put mines. I could do the hull strength. That's not a terrible plan either, honestly. I don't think I want quantum decoherence. Like, losing all my rerolls right now doesn't feel right. Still have some plans for where I want to go, I think. Which maybe means I should spend a reroll. Because we should have the ability to get overpower, right? We do have outmaneuver. No, we don't. Okay, I'd rather outmaneuver than wingman. So if I can do that, I can still get to overpower. And overpower is really good. Oh, it also doesn't regenerate yet. That could be helpful. Our own regeneration would also be nice, and getting the base hull might be correct again, like losing the shield. Trying to maybe ram. Funny how I'm switching between game mode and serious mode. You have the same problem with them that you do with your computer. The longer you wait, the better it'll be. Yeah, I had that problem for a long time. Finally bid on a new computer when it took... Well, I mean, it still hasn't come. It's been over 2 months, like 2.5 months now. And they're still waiting for parts. So maybe you want to get one sooner. Chip shortages affect EVs also. And not just EVs, but like all cars. Everything has computer chips. You're waiting for more infrastructure. Yeah, like... We did get, like, a partial EV. Like, we got one of the hybrid kind of, where they use electric until they run out. And they have a shortened distance they can go, and then they have a bit of gas in them. And it's been okay. You can't go on those orbs. Look at how much it deleted me. There are certain orbs that you absolutely can't touch, and I had too much momentum going into that turn. Just carried me away. Damn. Wouldn't be surprised if the global fridge shortage happens because of no chips. Yep, yeah. Yeah, nobody knows how to make a non-smart fridge anymore. Yeah, it would be nice if it stopped, like, exactly. It would be nice if we got less smart fridges. You don't need to have your fridge tweeting, exactly. Like, some parts of an interconnected world are nice. Does your fridge need to communicate with Amazon to order your exact groceries every month? Or can you just do it from the PC that you obviously have anyways? Like, it's not, like, maybe that's a service that you absolutely can't live without, but, like, maybe just one tiny layer off from, like, their data collection even would be nice, right? That's the other reason why, though, is that the thing is that if you have them be smart, well, then they can also collect data for you, so that's good. So, gotta have chips. Gotta have a smart fridge. How else am I supposed to track what groceries this schmuck eats? How often, like, how much energy per usage do they, like... If I can have it connect to the internet, gotta have it give me some data back. Maybe you can start having the smart fridge mine Bitcoin for you. Like you said, can't have that cooling go to waste. We live in a world. Now you can buy a Tesla, take the GPU out, and finally finish your gaming CPU or gaming PC. Yeah, that might be a faster option for me, from the sounds of things. I already ordered a full system, and it's still taken 2.5 months. And ordering a full system was the only way that I'd even get on a list. I needed a full system, so it wasn't like I did it for the card, but... The railgun just seems so much my weapon. All of my top runs are railgun. You apparently bought a new system perfect time, January 2020. Yeah. Yup. I hotly debated buying it last year, and I didn't. And like I said, that turns out to have been the sweet spot. It's just so strong against so many of these early enemies. Really wanted to try bonk.exe again, though. I managed to get bonk going pretty well one time. Like, we got like 80,000 or something off of a bonk run. When I was just starting, too. So I think that bonk can work. Holy shit, your used 2080 is worth more than what you paid for it. Yup. 1080i's are probably worth more than what you paid for your 2080. Yup. Does Dragon do bonk as well? Yes, I just don't... Weirder. I don't like it as much. I don't quite understand it, I think. I feel like we need to go for this for plating. Or... we could go for, like, the barrier shield, because the one that does, like, shield when it gives you a barrier there. So then maybe we don't need to do the no shield run. Still want regeneration rate, though. I think that's a good idea. Okay. Bonk. Oh, that was less bonk than I wanted. Or rather, more bonk than I could handle. The GPU you got in December doubled in price. It's unreal. Fuck. Part of it is people getting into mining. Oh yeah, that is so much of it. That's so much the reason why there's a chip shortage. The chip shortage is a lot of things. Global trade is... it's expansive and deep, and I probably don't know even, like, 1% of 1% of all of it, but, like, you've got a lot of working gears to get all that together, and the Suez Canal thing, and Bitcoin, and just, like, the general spreading of technology into, like, smart fridges and into electric vehicles and into everything like that also, and then, like, all the geopolitical problems of where to mine the rare materials for them, and yeah, like, just... it is a vast and complicated machine of which I have very little knowledge, if I'm honest, so... probably can't talk too much about that one. Hull strength. That does get us into plating. Yeah, we're all rich on paper. Yeah, I'm sure my 1070 is worth... oh, I was very dumb. You cannot run into that one. Got it. I'm gonna try bonk.exe again if I can, but maybe not in a stupid way. I'm sure my 1070 in this computer is worth more than I'd like to know. But I also kind of feel like I'd be part of the problem if I sell it. Do you know what I mean? And I'm privileged enough to be able to take that stance, I guess, where I don't, like, have a desperate need for the money. I'm also gonna want to keep this computer for reasons, but... You like how smooth the transition from the main menu is to the game? This game is slick, yeah. The big orb guy that shoots is very bad for trying to bonk. Yeah, I know, and I went head on, and I know not to do that against that boss, and I did it anyway, like a dummy. Try my favorite one. We all know it, we all love it. It's backstabby, boy. Or at least I know it, and I love it. Like blast radius. It's okay. I want to power up our weapon. We go for velocity. Magnitude. The damage, size, and blast radius of it. Drones are nice for this build too, so that we can just kind of pick off small things around us. I'm gonna go magnitude. Good night. Mwah. A regular 3060 is 850 pounds. Whoa. We have a store that is stocking most of the RTX 300X cards. Oh, wow. Currently listing them at... So 20 times 3090 at 3,500 euros. 20 of them for 3,500 feels cheap. Or, sorry, euros, not pounds, yeah. Oh, they have stock 20. And they're listing individual ones at... Wow. That's fucked. That's fucked. I'm getting a 3080. I did not pay anywhere near a price like that. Like, I know that a 3090 is more, but, like, yeah. Wow. I'm gonna reroll this. I want velocity. There we go. No. Not this time. I will be better. I remembered, do not go into the orb. The orb will kill you. 3080 is 150 euros, or 1,500 euros. Yeah, no, that was way over what I paid. Like, I don't necessarily know that I need to go into that, but like, that's why I'm waiting, right? I didn't want to get into that market. I put down a order with a company that is trusted in Canada, just Memory Express. And, like, basically, like, Canada Newegg. And, like, alright, when my name comes up on the list, then I will get mine at close to MSRP kind of thing. At least somewhat in the ballpark, at least. Like, it's not quite, but it doesn't feel egregious. It's like, okay, it's maybe like a 10% premium over what it would have been like a year ago kind of thing if it was a new card, but they could be real shits about it, right? Like, they could be real fucks about it like those other guys are, and I kind of appreciate that it's just a list, and, like, we're gonna list it in a reasonable way. Homing railgun. I don't know, because I think that lowers the velocity a lot, though, and that lowers the damage. You'll limp along with your 1070 Ti. Yeah. That sucks. I mean, it's a very first world problem, as they call it, but also it sucks. I don't really like any of these that much. Something like Snipe I can get into. Can't do VR gaming at max FPS, but yeah, first world problem. Yeah, I have a 1070. It's not a TI. My bigger problems are also, like, my hard drive is just not there anymore. Like, I also need a lot more than just running whatever program I want to run. I have to encode. That's a problem. Like, I love the indie games that I'm doing, and I'm not saying that I wouldn't play indie games if I had a much better computer, but if I had the ability to just play any games, I might play a few more new games. Like, not a lot. Like, I definitely like indies a lot. It's not that, but there's a lot of new games that I would like to be able to run. Like, I might have wanted to play Doom Eternal, but I didn't really get the chance to, because I couldn't. There's no way I could run Doom Eternal and the stream. Not happening, right? Like, Witcher 3? Probably not. I don't think that I'm in for a long RPG like that. Maybe, though, because, like, I've been doing the goofy ones. The goofy ones are different in a way. I don't know. I don't know that I want a long narrative RPG. Like, the goofy ones, we don't care about the narrative, so I can still talk to chat. I feel like in The Witcher, I need to shut the fuck up for the whole time, because everybody needs to hear all the dialogue, and I just don't have anything to say. I just get to sit there and be like, yeah, that's a good scene. Yeah, I like that. That's a... They talk to each other nice. He's got a good accent. Like, no, it just... In some ways, you kind of, like, being a streamer for those feels awkward to me. The ones that you're just sitting there min-maxing levels in, like, very precise ways with no real story to care about are very different. Like, that's a wholly different experience where you're like, huh, do I get, like, Act 12? Or do I need to go Merchant 8? Or do we need to Grandmaster the Merchant? Or do we have the money to instead make ourselves cleave more damage with the axe? Like, it's a totally different experience. The plot is just, like, random bullshit you don't give a shit about. It's there to be funny and weird while you fiddle with some fucking numbers. Because that's what you're there to do. Those are numbers games. They're not really RPGs. You get to fuck with some numbers in some cool ways. I had a monk that was dealing some fucking sick damage in Might and Magic 7. Unarmed, that fucker had more AC and more attack damage than anyone else in my party, even the knight. You know, like, you're like, that's what you're there to do. You don't... Oh, yeah, and they went and stopped aliens from blowing up the core of the Earth or something. I don't fucking give a shit. Whatever. Like, that side of things, it's like, I care about it in a way, but it's in a very different way than I would care about The Witcher. Because The Witcher is a good story. It's a story that you actually care about. Like, I'd argue that the people that made Might and Magic 8 didn't really give a shit about the story either. Not in the way that The Witcher does. God, yeah, it's such a number fucker game now that I think about it. It's just all about numbers. It's honestly more about numbers than I even like, because at a certain point, like, you can min-max in some real specific ways, and I'm just like, no, like, you get to I can go to the edge of the abyss and kind of look down into it and then be like, nah, I'm good over here. So I can, like, be in the games, but I don't want to go to the center of those things, because those things go to dark places when you start really min-maxing them. Those things get, they get weird, in my mind. I don't want to sit for, like, hours over tables as my free time, being like, okay, let's math this out. I'm gonna frame by frame play back my footage. See what my DPS is. No, I don't want to go there. I'm good. And if I maximize Merchant at level 5, it means that I probably won't have gone to, like, this city yet, and I won't have this spell, so it's like, oh fuck, no, I can't go that deep. Regenerative shields, or base. I don't go in for the hull build, and I'm wondering if I want to keep shields instead this time. It's also that, which I like a lot. You know what? I'm gonna get this one first. Time for the worst boss! Green loop is still a little bit hard to get used to, honestly. Ooh, and I'm out. Be in the mouth now. Oh! Shit. So much faster. Okay. Better drones? No. Let's reroll this. This shit. We don't want any of these. Like, the regeneration's fine for now. Efficiency looks like it'd be good for later, but hoping for something that helps against the boss right now, like the one in front of me, would be a real nice thing to deal with. Reroll again. Ally would be okay. I'm almost out of rerolls. I don't like double tap. Okay. Apparently I only needed one more shot. Somehow. Closest you've gone to that is planning Dark Souls runs, you know, when you have certain tools for certain fights. Yeah. And, like, speedrunning's like that, for sure. But I'm not, like, a person that tends to route the speedruns, if you know what I mean. Doing the, like, endgame stuff of Might and Magic 8 just kind of really cores down into eventually just doing, like, the routing for speedrunning in a very precise way. Like, it's the, you know, make a task, go frame by frame kind of stuff, and that feels a little too tedious for me in my gaming time. I can like some tedious games. I like some numbers, but also that's a bit too much for me. Like, I don't know, I need the numbers, but I also need the numbers to be, like, on a dragon. Right? Just give me a little bit of something. If it's just spreadsheets, give me money. I'll do work, I guess, but at a certain extent, that doesn't feel like games to me anymore. I'd be glad to do data entry for you. How much are you paying me for this experience? I mean, it's fine if you find that fun, but... Like, I would like that as a job in a way, but I don't think I would want to do that on my free time. I don't think I'd like the person that I'd be if I did that on my free time. Not saying that any of you would be like that, but I would be. I never got into EVE Online. I tried a couple times. I had a few people recommend it to me, and I did have a free account, like, 2 or maybe even 3 times I think I dipped into EVE and played for, like, a week, and then was just... I just needed to shower. I just needed to get out. I just didn't want to simulate so much of business. You can just, like... You're like, are these lights neon? Like, am I in a cubicle? It really gets to a point. Like, you start to wonder if you're going fast enough. Like, is your boss gonna yell at you? Somebody's gonna come around the corner and you're gonna have to close it because, like, you're at work already. You want to make sure you have the spreadsheet up and not the actual game. Because it gets there real fast. EVE Online is... the thinnest of wallpaper over a lot of spreadsheets. That thing is in machine. It's cool to look into it, because, like, when you see people, like, oh, like, there's this massive battle that waged in X sector on January, you know, 30th, 2018, where people lost $30,000 worth of real-life money in ships. And it's just like all of these capital ships going in a battle for 8 hours in like this epic all-out fucking war. And it looks rad as hell. But then you realize that you had to do like 6 years of spreadsheets to lead to that one moment. And I'm like, no. Nah, it's too little game. Because that happens like once every 6 years kind of thing for EVE Online. And it seems real fucking cool when it happens, but boy, all the stuff that you have to do before that would put me to sleep or, I don't know, do something to me. The stories that come out of it are enough for you, yeah. Like, I feel like I would end up... I would be a Kafka-esque version of myself. I would go through changes if I was a person to just be on spreadsheets all the time for fun. I would be very different than I am. For me, I feel like that would be dark cam, but I mean, maybe not. I don't know. I haven't met that person. Kinda hope I don't. I don't know that I want to know dark me. This is a thinky moment. This boss deletes you. With that, exactly. If that touches you, you are absolutely destroyed. Like, it looks like it's less intense on the end, but it is a lie. It is lying to you. If that thing touches you, you are absolutely fucked. It's better to get hit by the black hole, I say, as I run into the black. I am far away from you. You are about to fire the death ray. I cannot be greedy with it. The only thing you have is turning radius. Shit, I'm in trouble. Okay, that was a bad corner. Come on, there we go. That's all I needed. Just needed to actually get in the middle one time. else is nasty. Dark Cam enjoys cucumbers. Oh god. Dark Cam enjoys pickles. Dark Cam has charity streams not eating pickles on his favorite foods. And he does it for, like, doctors with borders, or doctors that murder. Some weird shit. I don't know. Oh god, or no, he, like, tries to, like, donate it to the humanitarian efforts of Elon Musk. Like, tries to donate it to SpaceX because it's going to save us. I think that's Dark Cam. Maybe that's Dark Cam. That would be really Dark Cam, I think. Daddy Musk will save us. He listens to philosopher soldier Joe Rogan. I don't like... Dark Cam is getting way too dark for me, because I don't think that would be the person that likes spreadsheets. I don't think they're that bad. They're dark, but they're okay. People can like spreadsheets. If you like spreadsheets, you're fine. I just think I would be bad on them. I want to make that clear. If you like a spreadsheet, you can like a spreadsheet. I like spreadsheets in reason. Reasonable spreadsheets are what I say. Donates pickles to local food kitchen, homemade sincere gesture. Yeah, okay, that's probably more accurate. Yeah, exactly. And that's horrifying, but not awful. Not truly dark. First of those easier versions. Oh boy. One of the big advantages of this thing is when you fire on me, it has to line up. God, I love the railgun. I really like this style of play. I feel like this is the build that I like the most, or at least that I'm the best at. Kind of like the carrier stuff, but this is my play style. It just works for me too well. Point and click adventure. Click on the ships and they die. Do it really, it's almost rhythmic, because you have to wait until you float, so you kind of like get a feel for how long you should wait before you shoot again, so you get the bonuses. You can tell when you don't get them, because like the enemy doesn't explode, and you're like, it's a little off on that one, a little too early. You don't ever really look down at like when you're actually cloaked. This is a cool game, is what I'm trying to say. It's a game that you get into a rhythm of, like Tetris. Like, when you really hit that flow, right? At 2 a.m., only 12:40, on a night when you wanted to get to bed, and you just kind of like start vibing and the game just makes sense. It's one of those kinds of games. Like, this build feels a little bit like that. Like, I've got to be fast enough, I've got it on my build right. I still have to strafe around things. But it's just like... There's a certain, like... slow rhythm to this that's just super satisfying and kind of mindless, but also very active. exactly like a really high-end, like, Tetris run or something, right? Where it's like you just kind of are doing it without really thinking, but also, like, you have to have all of your attention on it to a certain extent. Like, you're focused in a way that you aren't normally. Better ally for us is kind of nice. I don't love the charge shot. Rupture is nice for crowds, which this can struggle with. I could do that. I tend to delete big, single, high HP bosses like that one. They're just too slow to avoid me. It's learning. I can just shoot through those bombs with the railgun, though, because the railgun is despicable. That's why I like this build. Ooh. This build is so fucking good. Good fucking bye, boss. That is ridiculous. Like, feels like a different game right now from other runs I've been doing. Wow. It's a good roguelike when you feel that. Help our ally. Got the velocity, we got snipe. Did we get incendiary? We never did. So we could get the end of that. Better drones. Could do defensive drones. I have seen Satisfactory, yeah. Almost Minecraft-esque, right? Or are you talking about... No, Factorio is the 2D one, yeah. So Satisfactory is the 3D. But, like, Minecraft without any mining, in a way. If I understand it. And, like, not necessarily any enemies kind of thing, either. Like, there's not, like, zombies or adventures to have like that. It's like the pure building of something. Specifically, a factory. Fast. Gotta be more patient. Deal a lot of damage. Rapid fire wouldn't be that bad, actually. I think we need the armor stacks, actually. That's such a good defensive thing, and especially since we were in a little bit of a rough position there. I spent a bit too much time standing still and not repositioning. Didn't have our ally helping clean up. You have to move a little bit because you've got to actually pick up those orbs and you don't get the score, which is something I need to remember. God, way that's just, like, deletes a line of things. It's tough to aim sometimes, but there's nothing to damage like this thing. Oh, oh. Not a fan. Okay. A little awkward. Whew. The game of making a huge production line to make a single thing, and then the game yelling at you, by the way, you need 100 more of these a minute. Get to it, chop chop. Yeah. Spreadsheet planning game. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I'd like Satisfactory. I've kind of avoided those. Don't really like any of these. Still haven't gotten Incendiary. Bravery is interesting. We've been fighting a lot of champions already. Formation Rampart looks interesting. Like powering that up more. This is a rare one is the thing. I think I have to take it now. I'm unlikely to get it again is the problem. It's just dangerous right now because these levels are pretty rough. And I'd like a couple of other things before I feel super overpowered. Hey! Adorkable! Thank you for the sub! Oh my god, not even the sub, right. The tier 3 sub, of course. Adorkable is an incredible streamer herself, and obviously far too generous. Okay. I mean, Bravado didn't end up too bad for us so far. Really want to get our ally up, so that's not a terrible thing for us. We need evolution. The ally's pretty useless right now otherwise. It's not a big part of our build, but like, I don't know, I guess I feel pot committed on it. If I have it, like, I should at least make it worth something. Oh my god, I can't believe how much damage we did. I was thinking that we were in real trouble there for about half a second until we just blew everything the fuck up. Oh my god. Wow. Huh. That's why we need to get the ally up, because then it can also use our gun. Yeah, that's more survivability. And I could certainly use a reroll here to try and get the ally stuff. 50 months, damn. I think I'm dealing enough damage. I'll get some survivability right now. Damage doesn't seem to be my problem. Whoa. Yeah, see, like, those orbs. Those fucking suck. do that. Boss is fucking mean. Just going there. I like that, but also I'm kind of in a lot of shit right now, so... +3 plating helps with a lot of damage nullification, and that seems pretty good, because I think we're in trouble on the damage side of things. Yeah, a little bit. Oh, got some extra rerolls. Get some meta progressions, so things are easier too in a way. Made it way higher before still. Not bad. This is a fun game. Yeah, like I love how smooth the transitions and stuff are from menu to game start. It summons a lot of extra stuff to contend with. Yeah, it really does. That thing is nasty. I got overwhelmed for sure having just the railgun. I probably needed to worry about getting my ally up so that they could actually blow up the other, like, orbits and stuff. Just to kind of help keep that pressure off me a little bit. Because having to deal with all of it is tough on that boss. Pretty far, though. Not bad. Like I said, I've made it further, and we'll keep practicing this, because I'm digging this game. The more that I play this game, the more I dig this game. And I am going to head out tonight now, because it is 1 o'clock in the morning. I keep staying up too late because this game's real good. So thank you all for being here. I'm going to host you over to someone else. Let's see who that's going to be. Thanks everybody again for hanging out though. And if you liked the stream, a follow really does mean a lot. We'll be doing some Might and Magic 8 tomorrow. We're getting pretty close to the end of that game, I think. So then we'll have a new series to go through. And then, of course, we're doing Anime Night in the Discord. So you can check that out, too. Slow Beef is playing Strangeland, which I believe was like a really cool horror visual novel kind of thing. Like puzzle game. Not visual novel necessarily, but more puzzle game. So I'm going to send you on over there. I guess content warning as it will be a horror game. And have a good night, everybody.